Merci à toutes.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to this conference on stronger industry for a more autonomous Europe. It will last from 2 p.m. To 7 p.m. We will have keynote speeches, bookmarking it either end, start and finish, but we will have 3 round tables between those two. First of all, Bruno Le Maire, Minister of the Economy and Recovery, has the honour of opening this kick-off conference for the French presidency of the EU. Mr. Le Maire, you have the floor. And good afternoon. Ministers, Agnès Pannier-Runacher, ITRE Committee Chair Boussoy, ladies and gentlemen, Commissioner Šefčovič, Commissioner Breton, welcome also this afternoon. You'll be with us, I know, this afternoon. I'm very happy, very pleased to be kicking off this French presidency of the EU. I'd thank in advance all our teams who've worked so hard to make it a success. Thank you for attending this conference on strategic autonomy. I'm very pleased to be opening this conference because with the French President Emmanuel Macron, we have made strategic autonomy one of our core priorities for our presidency of the EU. Now, what we want for Europe is a Europe fit for purpose in the 21st century. Now, why have we made this choice? Why is strategic autonomy so key to the French presidency's goals and ambitions? First of all, because the United States have already built strategic autonomy over the course of the previous few decades. Secondly, China is in the process of creating its own strategic autonomy, and now it is essentially the EU's turn to take stock, to understand the reality of the economic, financial and technological challenges facing us, and in turn construct its own strategic autonomy. Now, strategic autonomy is nothing different than the role we will seek for Europe in the world in the 21st century. We want us to be the third major player in the world in the 21st century between China and the United States. We are also at a very specific moment in the history of Europe and of the 21st century. Quite frankly, I think the planets are coming into alignment. It's more or less a one-off. This is a specific occasion we have over the next few months to create and make a reality this European strategic autonomy and put an end to decades of dependency which have made us weak and vulnerable. Now, the planets are aligned. Why? First of all, because we've woken up. We've understood in the context of the crisis, and crises are always good for one thing. That is to say, they are revelatory. We are coming out of the worst economic crisis since 1929. We're coming through a health crisis which has hurt our citizens. It's hit our societies hard. It's created despair, anger, and distress. But crises have one great advantage, that is to say, they open our eyes. And the crisis we've been going through since March 2020 has very much opened our eyes to the technological, economic weaknesses of Europe, which are simply unacceptable for a continent, a great continent like Europe. We've realized that we, the world's richest continent, the most developed countries in the world, didn't have enough FFP2 masks. We realized that we might be the most powerful, the technologically advanced, richest in the world, and yet we still haven't got the active ingredients necessary for basic medicines. We realized that we could have one of the best car industries in the world, but this industry can be put at come to a standstill if there aren't enough semiconductors. And so we've realized that autonomy is not just a word. Autonomy is a reality. It's a vital requirement. And we've realized that maybe we'd gone too far in outsourcing, in relocating industry. We'd gone too far in abandoning our economic sovereignty. We'd gone too far in sharing the values of globalism. on the basis that if it could be produced more cheaply elsewhere, it should be. That was the wrong idea. We've realised that sovereignty comes at a cost, and that cost is the right one to be paid. That's the wake-up call that we've had, and that is the basis going forward for rebuilding sovereignty, taking innovation further, taking research further, taking further disruptive innovations. That is what is going to help us rebuild an economic structure which is more effective, which better upholds our own economic interests, which I should say are also or environmental interests. Clearly, there's no economic benefit in relocating production just to save 1 cent per component, but equally, socially, ecologically, it's damaging as well. And so this wake-up call is a common desire shared with all the other European countries to reconstruct our future, our economic future. For several years now, with the French president, we've been striving for a new European economic model. This will be debated by the economy and finance ministers. It will be debated by heads of state and government in mid-March. We seek a new economic model for Europe, not just growth for the sake of growth, but growth for the sake of human welfare, for human well-being, for the benefit of the environment, for more justice. That's what we're seeking to achieve. And the first stepping stone towards this alignment of the planet is to understand, coming through this economic crisis, that we can no longer remain dependent on the rest of the world. This wake-up call, and this, if the stars are aligned, it's because we have understood it collectively. It's not just the French who have understood this. I have been carefully reading the German coalition agreement. The German coalition agreement talks about strategic independence and autonomy for Europe, which is the first time that we have have such alignment between France and Germany in terms of the long-term policy goals for Europe. I'm listening to my Italian and Spanish, Belgian, Dutch, Danish partners, Hungarian as well. They've all understood that there is a need to create this strategic autonomy for Europe. I've also listened carefully to Ursula von der Leyen's State of the Union speech, who has also made her own this challenge of strategic autonomy. And if we all agree on the ambition, then the only thing left to do is take the necessary decisions to make it a reality. The third thing making me optimistic as to our ability to come through this crisis, to create this European strategic autonomy, is because one, we want it, and two, we have the means of achieving it. We have IPCEIs. We have the ability to put public money at the service of industrial projects. We have the ability to push forward innovation. All of these are new instruments, new tools available to us to further strategic autonomy. The fact that we've woken up that we cannot accept any kind of investment, all kinds of investment in Europe. We cannot allow our strategic assets to be pillaged, quite frankly. That's new, and the basis in France is the decrees in France for FDI screening based on the European regulation, all of which will help France and Europe more broadly to build its own strategic autonomy. So in opening today's conference, I can say with great confidence that we have there's been a wake-up call there. So we understand what we want to achieve, we have the means of achieving it, and we can kick off the 21st century by building European strategic autonomy. And as I was saying at the start of my speech, that is one of the major ambitions of the French presidency of the EU. Now, may I remind you of why, above and beyond our long-term strategy, why Emmanuel Macron believes this should be at the core of this presidency. One, because it's in our economic interest. As the Minister for the Economy, it's very much my job to defend France and the EU's economic interests. Being autonomous is keeping value at home, keeping plants, factories here in Europe, keeping jobs here in France or in Europe. There's no shame in wanting to keep your factories open, keeping jobs and value at home. this ridiculous, this disgusting idea that we have to relocate to cheaper countries, destroying jobs, value and factories at home is an outmoded one. It's, as I say, it is to be banished from our thoughts as quickly as possible. When we say we need to move from the internal combustion engine to electric vehicles, that's a great step. But if 85% of batteries continue to be built in China, then it's of no benefit. It doesn't have an environmental benefit, it doesn't have an economic benefit, nor does it have a social benefit. That is why we and the industrial actors as well, and I'd like to congratulate them on understanding this as well, that we need repatriation of the value chain from China to Europe. We should be building our electric batteries here in Europe, not out in China. That's why 3 years ago we launched the Electric Battery Alliance for the batteries, the jobs and the plant to stay here in Europe. That is exactly what we want to do and what we need to do across our strategic value chains, because our strategic autonomy is basically around our economic autonomy. Then there is, of course, the environmental aspect. We've never tried to calculate the precise cost of relocating production overseas, but it's obvious that bringing value back home also means abiding by and meeting our environmental needs and interests. That's to say, not exhausting the planet's resources and ensuring that our production is as sustainable as possible. Lastly, strategic autonomy is not just about environmental benefits or economic interests. It's quite clearly a political issue in the best sense of the word. It's quite frankly, it's our freedom which is at stake, our political freedom. Do you really think that you are completely independent of Vladimir Putin's Russia if you're importing such huge amounts of gas and energy from Russia? Do you think that you can speak freely, politically speaking, when you are so dependent on foreign powers for your supplies, foreign powers which do not share your democratic values? Strategic autonomy is also about political freedom. I believe this very deeply. I experience it on a daily basis as Minister of the Economy and Finances, as we are facing currently an energy crisis, the like of which we have not seen for many years. So being less dependent is about political freedom as well. Policy, of course, is a question of the balance of powers. It's not a bad thing for other partners, other parties to depend on us. That's a source of leverage. That's a tool in our armory. Now, if SML, for example, a major semiconductor producer making semiconductors 5 to 7 nanometers in size, and if that's based in Europe, and if the US and our Asian competitors need the semiconductors, they need our skills, our expertise, that's a good thing. That gives us heft and gives us clout in the overall debate. Our research into nuclear energy, into AI, the technologies that we, in many cases, have developed alone and which we have a head start on pretty much every country in the world, that gives us political freedom. In France, we are one of the few countries in the world who have full control over the entire cycle of the nuclear industry, so through from production of the energy through to recycling of the fossil fuel, of the fuel at the end of the day. And that gives us strategic autonomy. It gives us greater freedom, and that's what I'm talking about when I say strategic autonomy. Now, how are we going to get there? How, with Agnès Pannier-Runacher, are we going to use the next few weeks and months to bolster our strategic independence alongside our partner states, our mid-March informal council, and the heads of state and government which will follow? Well, first of all, we will draw on the IPCEIs, the important projects of common European interests. It would be nice to find a better word, quite frankly, a better acronym. It just doesn't mean much to the man in the street, and it's not a very attractive term either, if I may say so. So a better term, let's say a more striking, punchy term would be better than that one. In any case, the benefits of them are undisputed. Now, we've already have one on electric batteries. What that means in specific terms is to have the the plants, the batteries and the jobs in France. So the Douvrin plant, for example, is going to open in a few weeks. That'll be 1,000 high qualified, well paid jobs. That means prosperity for the north of France where the plant will be located, and it means keeping value in France, not sending it, exporting it to China. It's all good news. Kaiserslautern will follow in 2024, where another major plant will launch. Thanks to this IPCEI worth 60 billion euros, and the second IPCEI concerns nanotechnologies. Nano 2022. During the French presidency, another 4 IPCEIs will follow. Agnès Pannier-Runacher will be detailing these, and I would point out to the CEOs of the relevant companies that we are very attached to those. First is on hydrogen. France has put in 7 billion euros, Germany's put in 9. There are dozens of projects which are going to go forward and which will concern cities like Belfort in France, for example, which will mean a plant, value, technology, jobs. In a region that's close to my heart, Normandy, we have another project for a gigafactory representing jobs, plants and value. That's what IPCEIs mean in practice. So above and beyond the rather unattractive, incomprehensible name, it stands for high qualified, well-paid jobs, new plants here in France. The second IPCEI concerns cloud computing. Again, maybe we tend to say cloud in France, in French as well. Maybe we could use a French word. In any case, it's a question of data storage, of course. That's vital for creating wealth for our strategic autonomy. GigaX is going forward. We want a sovereign cloud project which will be covered by an IPCEI. The third is strategic in nature. It's complex and represents a major financial investment which concerns electronics and semiconductors. A number of proposals were made by Thierry Breton on this subject, but there are 2 goals essentially. One, to continue researching semiconductors and making them as small as possible, enhancing them as far as possible, and secondly, producing or making available the capacity that our industries need, because semiconductors are everywhere. Trains, smartphones, planes, lorries, home, all over the place. There's pretty much nothing that works in the modern world that doesn't have a semiconductor in it. It might be a couple of thousand in a car. It might be hundreds of thousands in an airplane. It could be a few dozen in a smaller object. Nonetheless, we need them in huge quantities if we want industry to operate as it should. We all know, for example, that stoppages at some of the car plants in France and in the rest of Europe is for a single reason: there aren't enough semiconductors. So the battle for the semiconductors is very much open. We want Europe to win that battle, and in order to do so, we have an IPCEI on semiconductors which should resolve both the issue of the remains work in progress, is healthcare IPCEI, which is to make available high-tech biotechnologies, but there's, as I say, more work in progress needed there. In any case, there are 6 IPCEIs going forward. 2 have already been adopted and have begun. 4 remain to be adopted, and they will translate into hundreds, literally hundreds of projects and tens of thousands of jobs in industry. The second way of building our strategic autonomy, investing and innovating first off, but then to protect. Having the best technology on the planet makes no sense if other countries steal them from you, who adopt a predatory behavior in respect of our technologies. And so the EU's French presidency intends to bolster the instruments that are available to us to protect our investments against predatory behaviours from elsewhere. We want to bolster reciprocity in terms of public procurement with the IPR regulation to be adopted between now and spring this year, because European public procurements represent 350 billion euros available to foreign countries, whereas for the US it only represents about 90 billion, despite the size of the market being approximately the same. So there's obviously an imbalance, obviously a problem of reciprocity, where if we aren't able to access Chinese public procurements and Chinese companies are able to access ours. So if we want to be one of the top three powers on this planet in the next decades, then we need to adopt the same tools that China is doing, that America is doing. And in this subject, like as well, simply not be naive, be resolute, be firm, and be clear-sighted.
Même chose, par exemple, sur
The same can be said about transport. Here I'm going to give you some figures which are of interest. We've just seen the opening of the Chinese market for transport, which is some 20% of the market that's been opened to the Chinese market for tramways and other things. But in France, however, we have 75% of our market is open to international markets. So you can see there's an imbalance here between the openness of our markets. And we're going to be looking at that during the French presidency, this question of 20% versus 75%. We're going to strengthen the European side of this imbalance. And the third point is we've got investment and protection. This is the first two steps. But the third instrument is one which will help us to create a better ecological balance, because if we want to be more autonomous, we've also got to have a model for development which respects the environment. The only problem is that that's going to be very expensive. If we want to have a low-carbon economy, it's going to cost us a lot. If we want to have our cement works, which are decarbonised, it's going to cost a lot in investment. There's no question of us investing so much in decarbonising our industry and our economy in Dunkirk and elsewhere to actually import steel, which is actually very expensive in terms of CO2. So we are going to be introducing a carbon adjustment mechanism, which is going to enable us to carry out this rebalancing within the framework of the WTO, and that is going to be one of the priorities under the French presidency. And then, of course, there is investment, protecting our environment. These are the tools that we're going to be using during the French presidency with the Ministry for Industry, with all of our partners during the French presidency. We're going to be working on these fronts to ensure that we have strengthened our strategic autonomy. So I'm not going to take up much more of your time, but I would actually thank you all for participating in today's debates. I'm very pleased to see that this first debate on the industry of the European Union in France is, I'm very pleased to see that this is being held here today in France under the auspices of the stronger Europe and a more sovereign Europe. I think it's very good to give us a way of starting up the the French presidency of the European Union. Thank you very much, Minister for Finance and Recovery. So I'm going to now turn to the Vice President of the European Commission, who is Margos Šefčovič, who's going to be joining us from London.
Maroš Šefčovič, en mai dernier.
Maroš Šefčovič, last May, the European Commission published a report on strategic dependencies. In that report, you were able to identify 137 critical raw materials. You were also able to identify the dependency of the health sector and our loss of leadership in a number of different areas. Quite concretely, Mr. Šefčovič, what is the European Union doing to actually react to these dependencies that were identified in the report?
Bonjour, c'est un plaisir de
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be able to address you today. I'm very pleased to be able to address these questions, because the French presidency is coming at a very difficult time for Europe. We need to have strong leadership in Europe to overcome these difficulties, and I'm very sure that France has got all of the cards on its side to ensure that Europe can actually work effectively and strengthen its role in the next 6 months. I would like to thank the Minister, Mr. Bruno Le Maire, who took the floor. And also the Delegate Minister, Madame Agnès Pannier-Runacher, for the work that you have been doing on this matter. We have got to continue the excellent cooperation that we have and ensure that the European Union can actually maintain its solidarity and its unity, as we have already seen in our response to the pandemic, and as we have also seen during the discussions on Brexit. We do have, these are the strengths that Europe has on its side. Strategic autonomy is important for Europe, not just within the context of COVID-19 and the prevention of any supply chain shortages. It's also essential to make sure that Europe stays a first-class economy on the global scale. In a more complicated geopolitical situation where we are seeing new levels of competition, we have really got to forge our own destiny while having our eye on the long term and giving priority to a long-term approach. We have got to decide on questions which are of strategic importance to us in an independent manner, and in particular when we're talking about our own security. Recent events, I think, have shown very cruelly how important this is. We have to ensure that we have got a strategic capacity in particular as concerns technology for producing critical components. I'm thinking here in particular of batteries and other components. This has got to be our first strategy. We announced our alliance for our European Battery Alliance in 2017, and France is one of the main actors in this to ensure that we have a battery industry which is at the same level of our hopes for our climate transition. We in Europe are about to become the second largest producer of batteries by 2025, and the European Union is also very much involved in worldwide trade and investments, and that's one of our advantages. We have the Global Gateway Initiative from the Commission, which is trying to ensure that it strengthens our resilience vis-à-vis our partners while respecting the social standards and environmental standards that have been established for Europe. COVID-19 has, of course, also shown us to what extent the strategic dependence of the European Union is important. It is a risk for our economy and our society as a whole. We've seen how the supply chain has been shaken, and it has prevented us from producing certain strategic products. It has prevented us from having access to certain active pharmaceutical ingredients and semiconductors. During the pandemic, we have also seen that these imbalances have continued. So we need to actually try to re-establish a balance in these important strategic areas. I would also like to mention the excellent work that has been carried out by my colleague, Commissioner Le Breton. By understanding the importance of these dependencies in Europe, we have been able to identify the measures that are required if we want to ensure that we are able to act in a proportionate and a targeted way. To that end, in May last year, the Commission produced its own report on dependencies and strategic capacities within the European Union. At the same time, they updated their industrial strategy for 2020. And here we noted that these dependencies are extremely important across the whole of the European market for industries which are highly energy intensive, and those who are working with raw materials, the chemical industry, the renewable sector, and also, of course, the digital sector. In order to strengthen the resilience of our strategic value chains, we have got to take on board a number of different factors which are common to all of these sectors. First of all, we've got to ensure that we look at the strategic dependence. This is not simply a return to protectionism or closing our doors to the rest of the world. Quite the contrary. The Commission feels that we need to be open to the world markets and that will contribute to strengthening our resilience. Therefore, we are in favour of multilateralism based on fair rules and fair competition, while at the same time diversifying our supply chains. At the same time, we have got to be aware and capable of reacting when necessary to protect the interests of the European Union. And this requires us to strengthen our strategic capacities. Industry is essential for this. because industry is really the best way for us to identify our dependencies, evaluate the risks, and enabling us to increase our resilience, in particular by diversifying our supply chains. The Commission has encourage the creation of industrial alliances, particular for primary materials, raw materials, for clean hydrogen, and looking at the European Alliance for batteries as being one of the models for the new alliances. This is something which brings together industry and other stakeholders. It enables us to create a dynamic network of some 1,500 members within the allowance. We've also got to remember the importance of innovation and research if we want to ensure that we're able to develop a more resilient supply chain, and we're able to protect intellectual property rights, and are we able to actually play a more important role in the future. The Commission is going to be providing great support to all of these efforts, in particular through the programme on research, through the Horizon programme, which is going to be providing some 95 billion euros for research, 1 billion for batteries, 1 billion for hydrogen, and 1 billion for raw materials. There's also a common the IPCEI are also instruments enabling us to support national efforts by pulling together public resources in certain areas where the markets themselves would not be able to finance the research and the instruments necessary. And so we are working on, for example, the IPCEI on batteries, which has been a great success. We have been able to gather 20 billion euros for batteries through this, and we're able to work together with other leaders in the world on these issues. We also have got similar projects on hydrogen, the cloud, and the pharmaceutical industry. The Commission will also be able to support member states who are interested in participating in these IPCEIs. At the same time, we have got to look at the competence or skills deficit that is really deepening. The European labour market is finding it difficult to develop a labour force which is able to work with the technologies and the products that are emerging from the market. We're going to need to, in the sector of batteries, we're going to need some 800,000 workers more by 2025. And in order to develop these skills, France is really at the forefront. We've actually established an academy for the battery producers in France, and we're going to be working to combat the advances that have been taken taken by the Asian market from Europe. Also, we have got to make sure that there is more access to financing at public and private level. This is also important for our green and digital transition. It's important also to strengthen the resilience of the Union. And so the Commission has decided they're going to be providing 1 billion euros for sustainable development during the next decade. And in particular, this is going to be through the facility for the Resilience and Recovery Facility. The European Investment Bank is also an important partner to strengthen the resilience of our value chains, because that bank, the European Investment Bank, can actually mobilize financing on the market and prevent and reduce the risk that is the lenders would have to shoulder. This is all important for the European Union, as are the critical raw materials markets. These will play an important role in the future for the digital and ecological transformation and transition. They are also important for a number of new sectors, such as the nuclear sector, aerospatial sector, defence sector. These are sectors which are going to have great need of critical raw materials in the future. We need to ensure that these CRMs are available in an ecological manner, and this is going to affect our world competitiveness. We want to ensure that we are able to that we are able to have access to these CRMs. Our limited market today is one of the weaknesses in the European Union today, which is something we've got to overcome. We need to overcome our dependence on semiconductors created in Asia. We need to create an ecosystem in Europe which will enable us to have access to these electronic components. If we want to do that, we've got to ensure that we're able to actually have access to silicium, for example. And right now, the European Union does not actually cannot actually meet more than 1% of its needs in essential raw materials for batteries such as lithium, cobalt, and nickel. 98% of our rare earths come from China today. So therefore, it is essential that the European Union is able to have better access to its own raw materials, that it has a proper equipment for the refining and recycling of raw materials. The European Commission has developed an action plan to focus on critical raw materials for 2020 to stimulate a partnership at international level to ensure that we are able to secure our supply in critical raw materials. Right now, we are looking at our capacity for extraction and development in the European Union and in our partner countries. Well, that is hopefully going to enable us to reduce our dependence on foreign imports of these critical raw materials, while at the same time ensuring that the ecological and social conditions are respected. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to conclude by a call for action. We have gotten off to a good start in reducing our strategic dependencies. But we need to go further again, and we need to react more quickly. We've got to intensify the collective efforts of the European Union, our member states and industry to bring long-term structural responses to these needs and to these issues. I'm very pleased to see that France is making strategic autonomy and resilience within the supply chain one of its priorities during the presidency of the European Council. A number of European initiatives which are pertinent are ongoing and are being created. In particular, we have the single market emergency measure, which is going to enable us to strengthen the security chains during crisis periods. You also have seen the strategic forecast which is being worked on, which is going to enable us to better assess our competitiveness for today in order to actually give more focus to our efforts in the future. We're going to continue working in a united manner with solidarity to overcome these obstacles that are posed today. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Šefčovič. I'm now going to give the floor to for our first round table.
The first round table, a strategic approach of European vulnerabilities and dependencies. With me for the first roundtable session, we have Kerstin Iona, who is Director General from the European Commission, Belén Martínez Carbonell, who's not with us, who's remote from Brussels, live with us. Hello. Belén Martínez Carbonell, who's the Managing Director, Global Agenda and Multilateral Relations for the EAS. François Jacques, who is the CEO of the CEA in France. Peter Venank, who is the President and Chief Executive Officer of ASML. Sabine Klauke, who is in charge of engineering and innovation with Airbus. And Foucault Weisselaar, who's the General Director for Companies and Innovation from the Dutch Ministry. We'll start with you, Kerstin Iona, if we can. I'd ask you to take the stand. According to you, the European Union has to take a look at the resilience toolbox and has to put the right questions, such as the existing tools, are they being effectively and efficiently used, and what are the gaps that have to be filled? Thank you very much. Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, this first question, this first roundtable, really is focusing on the essential questions, and it means that we can set the scene for our further reflection today. We can take a look at our actions and also the question of our dependencies. Now, why are we talking about the question of dependence? That's because this calls into question the EU's ability to move forward in this dual transition in the coming years, the green and digital transitions, in other words, and more broadly speaking, our search for resilience. Of course, in a globalized economy, which of course gives much strength to the EU, we can't set aside all dependencies, but this is nonetheless a challenge. We have to better anticipate and better manage these dependencies. In general terms, we can identify three priorities: analysis, rebalancing, and reinforcement. I'll start with analysis. There are a number of disturbances, we've already heard about this, that have taken Europe by surprise. We have to have a better understanding of where our strategic dependencies lie and how they can or are likely to evolve in the future. Last year, in the context of the implementation of our industrial strategy, we carried out an initial wide-scale analysis of our vulnerabilities and dependence, and the Vice President, in fact, has picked up on this in his presentation just before. Amongst other things, and I'd like to underline this, in raw materials, Europe is a continent that has very few raw materials, and this is our Achilles heel, and this is where we have to strengthen our action. We're going to step up our efforts and move to new sectors which are most significant: solar panels, permanent magnets, or cybersecurity. The second line of reflection is to rebalance the supply chains. We must work on a rebalancing and a diversification of the supply chains internationally. It's not enough to have a single source, because if that single source is no longer available, which is what we're seeing currently with magnesium, what do we do then? Rebalancing, well, if the EU is faced with the question of dependency, that's one thing, but there are other countries that depend on the EU. For instance, in the area of vaccinations, we're dependent on the United States for certain pharmaceutical ingredients, active ingredients, but the US depends on us for antibiotics or certain raw materials such as phosphate. So we have levers that we have to make use of. Diversification, that is because with our partners we share major dependency on China and on third countries, particularly when we're talking about rare earth. So it's in our interest to strengthen and broaden our cooperation with partners who share our values, and to do this wherever we can. The transatlantic relation with the Council for Trade and Technologies, the Union, US, the TTC, or the strategic partnership with Ukraine on raw materials are just examples of this new approach. And my third point at this stage is that the EU has to strengthen its own capacities in all strategic domains. And this involves, amongst other things, significant investment and ambitious projects. We've got a lot of advantages. Let's take the example of renewable hydrogen. The EU has more in the way of precursors. More than half of electrolyzer manufacturers are to be found in Europe. That's just one example. The European Alliance on Hydrogen gives us some 750 projects that are already at the stage of maturity, ready for investment, for production, storage, transport, and industrial utilization, amongst other things, of all of this hydrogen, which means that we're going to be able to give the branch a structure to make to bring about greater visibility for the investors listening to us, and more than 10 billion euros that have been mobilized in the context of the recovery plan for this project. That's a very good starting point, but obviously we have to take things further for a large-scale rollout. And we're not inventing anything here, because we already have significant experience in the domain that's already been recalled, and that is in the area of batteries. The European Union several years ago had only some 3% of global production, but thanks to efforts that have been made and so concerted investments between the EU, the member states, and the private sector. And let me say at this point, in fact, that there's a huge contribution that's been made by the European Investment Bank. We have pushed up our capacity, bringing it to 15% of production. And that'll be the figure that we reach in 2024. So yes, we can. Let me give you one last example. Solar energy. Some people will immediately say, well, you know, we've lost everything in solar. No, that's not true. It's not how you fall, it's how you pick yourself up again. And the question of solar energy is a very good example. So here we've got a demand. If you take a look at regulations on decarbonization, clearly solar energy has to play a significant role there. We've got the technology because new solar panels have a greater yield, more sustainable production, there's integration of systems, and Europe is really leading the field. And this is where we have to mobilize our forces. So we've got the technology, there's the demand that already exists, and there's a lot of money. In the member states' recovery plans, there's a large chunk that's devoted to renewable energies, and that includes obviously solar. So what are we waiting for? I mean, there's information that was made available where I come from in Normandy to show people how to install solar panels on farms, farm buildings. So you see, the demand is not coming from major industries. It's everywhere throughout the world, and certainly in our regions. Clearly, for all of this, we have to find the right funding and the right investments, both public and private, and it has to be intelligent, involving several countries, and done in a synchronized fashion. That is because we have to intervene in the value chain with the different risk profiles that emerge. We have to have the right instruments to de-risk the chain. And we have to take a global view and not just take a look at things project by project. Let me say in passing, there's InvestEU, European tools, InvestEU, that makes it possible to guarantee the risk or to sort of hedge against it in sort of sharing function. There's the European Innovation Council Fund that makes it possible for people to take shares. This allows for the scale up in the new technologies that we need in order to meet the climate change challenge. And there are also the IPCEIs. These have already been mentioned, and Olivier will be saying more about this shortly. So these are instruments of coordination and of synchronization, allowing to synchronize investments, so that we can have new technologies emerging far more quickly onto the market than if we took a different silo-based approach. So that is the vision of the risk that we have to broach, all of us together. That's what's important. We have to integrate technology, supply, and demand. To conclude, let me say that we're proposing an approach which is based on the single market, obviously. That's the scale. But it's an approach based on cooperation and also based on a business case. And I'm looking forward to the discussion we'll have on this. Thank you. Thank you very much, Kerstin. Let me just say something that's very important. You can all put questions. You can put any questions you want to the panelists using the dedicated address for this for the conference. So we're going to embark upon this first roundtable with, from Brussels, Belén Martínez Carbonell, Managing Director, as I've already said, of the Global Agenda and Multilateral Relations, the EAS. So you have to focus on the way in which the EU has to draw advantage from the investments and innovation, and obviously this has to be done in a responsible and sustainable fashion. We can't hear you terribly well. Please go ahead. I think there's a technical problem. Are you hearing us? Yes, we can hear you now. Please go ahead. Thank you very much. Before moving to the question of sustainable investment, I'd like to refer to the other things that have been said. I'd like to thank you, first of all, for inviting me, and I'm sorry I can't be there in person. Mr. Le Maire, the minister, was talking about new economic models, and these have to be developed in an international context. Strategic autonomy has also to be seen in an international context. In that context, the European Union is going to continue to try to act on a multilateral and cooperative basis involving partners wherever we can, but has also to be ready to function autonomously where that is necessary as well. And that's the change in paradigm as compared to the past, where we had far more open cooperation. It was perhaps somewhat naive as regards certain third countries. So the approach being pursued today is not protectionist or nationalist. It is an approach that is based on transparency and reciprocity in order to bring about a true level playing field. And in that context, the conditions of security and economic security are very close. We're talking about maritime security, energy security, space security, internally and externally. Those aspects, the internal aspect, external aspects of our policies have to be managed together with an integrated approach between things economic and things politic. In that context, there are a number of measures, a number of actions that I'd like to refer to that have been presented over the last few years by the Union. They've already been mentioned this afternoon. First of all, the minister referred to the foreign direct investment screening instrument. Over the last 2 years, the European Commission and the member states have realized that some of our foreign investors were trying to exert influence over European companies, particularly in the area of critical technologies or infrastructures. And that is why the screening procedure has been introduced. And the idea is to check that the investments are not going to damage security or public order in Europe. Where the conclusion of analysis might be that it's not the case, then suggestions would be made in favor of mitigation measures. The report on foreign investment screening says that 91% of the dossiers have actually been approved, but in 12% of those cases, it was conditional. And 2% of the cases, the investments were actually banned. So we're taking measures as regards measures coming from or involving third countries to make sure there's no negative impact on Europe. Another example, there's a recent measure that's been taken, instrument against coalitions. That's a new instrument. It's seeking to guarantee something that is to do with the strategic autonomy, and that's the protection of our companies from coercive measures taken by certain third countries. We have the example of Lithuania, and its involvement with a Taiwan bureau. Its decision has been taken to open one, and this has been influenced by pressures from China. So the proposal is being discussed by Council and Parliament. In this context, there's a dialogue between the EU and the United States on China, and there's mutual information being provided as regards coercive measures that China might be taking vis-à-vis the EU, the US, or third countries. Thirdly, Madame Jeannet referred to investments as regards the external domain. The Commission and High Representatives will be tabling the Global Gateway Initiative. President von der Leyen described it saying creating links, not dependencies. It's a draft support for infrastructure investment in support of our economic interests in third countries. On the basis of this initiative, the idea is to develop physical infrastructures, hard connectivity, and also soft connectivity, in other words, regulatory measures, with third countries, in third countries. This would help us to pursue our industrial and trade interests. These measures are slightly different, but similar to what we had in the context of China previously, the One Belt, One Road. It's a different model, though, that we're introducing now for investments that comply with the environmental criteria of sustainability. The European institutions are trying to mobilize themselves.
Sorry, 2021, 2027. I'm saying this in English because I get a bit confused between the billions and the milliards. Mais bon, donc j'espère vous aurez compris.
Well, I hope you understood that. The idea is to mobilize private and public investment. And to do this, we want to work very closely with the private sector. And this has to be seen in the context of the implementation of the initiative. We're talking about a global gateway business advisory forum where we could work hand in hand with the private sector, promoting investment in third countries. Lastly, I'd like to make a reference. We've been talking about COVID and vaccinations, and Madame Jones was talking about our work with the United States as regards the supply of vaccines. But let me say that the EU has been making huge efforts and has exported more than 150 billion doses to some 150 countries since December, which means that basically we've become the large pharmacy of the world. We've been working with our US friends, and there's a commitment that's been taken for greater investments in third countries for production of vaccines in situ using European technology. In Africa, 1 billion euros already been set aside in the European budget in order to facilitate the production of these vaccines in African countries, and in the future we'll be developing this further in third countries. European companies are champions in many economic sectors, and they have to be assisted in exporting their advantages. Thank you.
Please stay with us, Hélène Martinez-Carbonell, because we might have questions for you later on. Let me move to François Jacques, who is the Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of French Alternative Energies and Atomic Energy Commission, and you said that it was important to have technological sovereignty in key areas, and in order to achieve this, we have to make linkages between the technological, political, and industrial sides. Yes, thank you very much indeed. I'd just like to make just a couple of remarks. I totally subscribe to what has been said earlier, but just a couple of comments before I come back to a couple of points that we need to emphasize: the role of technology, research and innovation.
The first comment is that, well, we have a certain number of vulnerabilities. The crisis pointed them out to us, but there are systemic vulnerabilities. We cannot possibly address one without addressing another. If you're vulnerable to gas, and if we say, okay, let's go full electric, we will just create other vulnerabilities, so that doesn't work. So we need to have a holistic approach, and it also means that we need technological roadmaps where we understand the dependency on technologies and where the hurdles lie. The second comment is that the past has shown us that between sector-based policies, energy, health, environmental policies, and then on the other side, research policies and other policies, if we do not make the linkages between all of these areas, it doesn't work. We have to, if we want to go solar, then we have to look at the industrial side of solar energy as well. So as far as I'm concerned, and because I represent a research and technology organization, we exist in Europe. We have the ARTOs that are the network of all these different agencies, the CEA being the French one. We are convinced that when it comes to vulnerability and connecting policies, we need something seamless between research, innovation, markets, and the industry. This is something that has been said, but it's easier said than done. Today in Europe, we do have organizations capable of doing so. We have organizations that are able to do research, do innovation, and also be very closely linked to industry. This is what will give us the capacity to bounce back, and we have a model for this. Now we can see, for instance, as somebody mentioned hydrogen. Whatever we think about hydrogen and how it is developed globally, in order to control the electrolyzer, is something that we have to strategize, we have to understand, which will then help us to promote hydrogen at the international level. Now, if we say that we need research to start with, this means we need breakthrough technologies, we need innovation, and we need to be very strict. So we should be able to take risks on the one hand, but we should also be constant in time, accept to go wrong, and accept that we don't get results immediately. In CEA, we were working on photovoltaic technology for many years, and this was 10 years ago, and nobody took us seriously. And now we think differently. We think that heterojunctions will give rise to actual facilities. Now we know that we have a proper industry here. So we need to be able to take risks, but we also need to be as simple and constant as possible over time in order to avoid doing stop and go. And just to conclude, just a word on electronics and microelectronics. This is also very important, and it just goes to show how important the European dimension is. For microelectronics, we are lucky to have a network of RTOs, FRINIC, CEA, with the IT, etc. We do have very good agencies in Europe with cutting-edge technology, and we have made some choices in microelectronics. We have gone a step further, and therefore we do have the industrial fabric in order to go and look for new technologies in order to avoid the dependencies that we face today. And we can do this realistically. And in fact, we're quite obliged to do this, given what awaits us. I'm quite confident. Of course, we can always go wrong when it comes to R&D, but I think that this is the core of the issue. We need to work with markets, work with industry, and this is the only way that we will be capable, through cutting-edge technology, to take our fate into our own hands again. Thank you very much. We have Peter Wennick here, who is the President-Chief Executive Officer of ASML. According to you, there can't be political sovereignty without technological sovereignty, and we cannot have it without producing chips. And we need very huge investments for this. Is that correct?
I think, well, I'll just take this off because I hear myself.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a good question. Let me first introduce the company a little bit. Our company is called ASML, and until very recently, I must say, less than a year and a half ago, the BBC called us a relatively obscure Dutch company. So, but we provide the key technology for the chip industry to keep the progress of innovation. Without this particular European technology, it's virtually impossible to go to the next generations of technology. And I say it's European technology because I like to describe ourselves with 3 words. It's a collaborative knowledge network. We're a system integrator, we're a system architect, and the most advanced semiconductor manufacturing technology comes out of Europe. We're the only company on the planet that can make this technology. It's not in China, not in Taiwan or Japan or the United States available. And 96% of the value of that technology comes out of Europe. And it's a combination of knowledge that has been combined through system architecture. That's what we organize, from Germany, from France, from Switzerland, from Belgium. It basically comes all over Europe. So, because when I think about strategic autonomy, which have been very eloquently described by the minister, it is all about relevance. When you think about autonomy, it is about mutual dependency. I don't believe that from a semiconductor point of view we should own everything. Because the dependencies in the semiconductor industry, which is a global industry, are such that the Chinese depend on us, we depend on the Americans depend on us, we depend on each other. And that's been created over the last 40 years. And it has not only brought lower cost, because that's why you and I have smartphones that actually have the compute power way beyond the compute power that sent the people to the moon. Yeah? And that is innovation. And that innovation is the result of this seamless collaboration across the globe. Now, you just have to make sure that you're not single-sidedly dependent. That's bad. But being mutually dependent and staying relevant, I think is something that we should strive for. I think we have all the ingredients. It was said earlier that in Europe we have, also in the semiconductor industry, significant institutions that are world-class. For instance, we have, from a design point of view, we might not own the manufacturing. I can talk about this later because I do think it's a problem that we don't own manufacturing to the extent that I would like to. But from a design point of view, which actually constitutes the value, we have very advanced companies. ST Microelectronics, a French-Italian company, Infineon, German, NXP, Dutch, American, ASML, but also very important research institute called IMEC in Belgium. Basically, the entire semiconductor industry depends on the innovation power of IMEC for not the next generation, but the second, the third, and the fourth generation next to this one. Yeah? So it's the pre-competitive phase where we are leading in the world. I think so. That's extremely important that we keep that. So it's about technology leadership. Yeah, and when we talk about manufacturing, I do believe that we need to invest in manufacturing. It's not only on leading edge, but definitely on mature technology. We've been starting to talk about the Internet of Things 10 years ago, and lo and behold, 10 years later, it's there. The world, it's our estimate and industry analysts, that the world has connected 40 billion devices over the Internet. At the end of this decade, we think it will increase tenfold to 400 billion. And that is driven by mature technology and leading-edge technology, both. And I think from a manufacturing point of view, Europe used to have 25% manufacturing in the year 2000 of semiconductors. That's now 8%. And if this industry doubles, the industry of our customers, so the semiconductor, the chip industry, will double to $1 trillion by 2030. If we don't do anything, we'll be 4%. We will be irrelevant. So when you talk about strategic autonomy, it's about relevance. We have to stay relevant. Yeah? And that means that we need to create technologies that somebody else needs, that the Americans need, the Chinese need, the Taiwanese need, the Koreans need, while we need technology from them. It's that mutual dependency. And how do we do that? We invest in innovation. We have to invest in innovation and R&D, and Europe has been lagging and is still lagging. If you think about the percentage of the gross domestic product of Europe that is now invested in R&D and in innovation and in support of startup and scale-ups, it dwarfs in comparison to the leading economies on the planet. We need to step up. And we need to step up because if you think about this and think about the innovation power of Europe, which is in the embryonic state of companies like startups and scale-ups, how important that is from an innovation point of view. You just have to look at the list of the 10 most valuable companies and biggest companies on the planet and compare that with 20 years ago. Completely different list. And of those 10 companies, most of them 20 years ago were scale-ups or didn't even exist. So it is extremely important that innovation is actually fostered by very strong collaboration between industry, R&D and knowledge centers, and governments. But governments can facilitate and should facilitate. For instance, Thierry Breton has been pushing the CHIPS Act, which I'm very grateful for, because that will provide hopefully, a legal framework within which Europe can leverage its strengths. And its strengths is system integration, design, leading edge manufacturing. That needs to come to Europe, and we should support that. If a foreign company wants to build a leading edge factory here, we should support them. And it's also the integration of the end users. Think about the automotive industry, the medical and the bio industry. That framework of participants in the electronics industry needs to be brought together, and we should be able to incentivize them to make sure that we create a system approach that creates value and innovation, because innovation will lead to value, and we would all like Minister Le Maire said, like to protect our societies, being a responsible society, providing jobs, education, healthcare, and safety. I'm very positive about Europe. We have world-class technology that I think many countries on the planet are very jealous of.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Peter Wennick. I'd just like to turn now to Sabine Klauke. You have taken over engineering and innovation at Airbus, and you are working on production modernization and decarbonization of aircrafts, and you are going to talk to us about supporting research and innovation activities in green technologies and also in digital and dual technologies. Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, first of all, for inviting me today. And I'm very pleased to be with you here for this very important French presidency of the Council of the European Union, and also to talk about these very strategic issues. Before talking about technological sovereignty, I would like to just share a few ideas on strategic autonomy. The Minister and other speakers have spoken at length about this, and Airbus, being an international organization under the European banner, Airbus contributes directly to the technological and economic success of Europe, and also contributes to promoting European values in the world. As a European leader in aerospace, space and defense, we are, of course, very keen on the strategic autonomy in Europe by developing critical technologies in these different sectors, and they're absolutely the pillars of this autonomy that we're talking about at Airbus. This doesn't mean that we should not make any international comparisons, but to make sure that we control everything that we need to pursue our strategy in an autonomous fashion without being exposed to undesirable interference. And so this is the system integrator image that we just heard about, which is indeed very relevant. So we need to strike a balance, the right balance between an exclusively European approach and a necessary global approach, with, of course, the need for international cooperation. Now, the question of technological sovereignty. What should we do within the European Union in order to support research and innovation that are going to help us to control and harness these critical technologies that are absolutely key to our economic performance and our competitiveness in the long term? So the first thing that we need to do is to identify technological priorities and monitor them. And we support the initiative of the Critical Technologies Observatory that was launched by the European Commission. This observatory is going to help us to understand the different key technological areas in a systematic fashion, monitor the trends, and try to fill the gaps in different sectors, space, defense, and civil aviation, with proper roadmaps and technological roadmaps that will help us to identify emerging technologies that we can build on. And we are convinced that the consequences will be very significant if we do this. So this initiative is also going to facilitate synergy and cross-fertilization between space, defense, and civil aviation. We will come back to this probably later on. As far as we're concerned, green technology and digital technology are dual technology. They are very strategic for the development of our sector, and I'm sure that we'll come back to these aspects as well later on in the discussion. I just wanted to talk about the political tools as well, because it's very important for us to leverage these tools so that we're able to harness these critical technologies. And I believe that we have very good tools within the European Union. We have significant levers, and we should use them. The first priority, of course, for us is investment. We've spoken about that earlier. The recovery plan, all the projects of common European interest, all these projects are very important to reach critical mass. And we welcome the unprecedented effort that the European Union has made in this field. During the crisis, we have all worked together, and we have indeed been able to save thousands of jobs by preserving resources that are being used today for economic recovery. It is indeed excellent that we were able to save jobs during the crisis, to be able to use these jobs in the aftermath of the crisis. You've probably heard about public-private partnerships as well. These partnerships are also extremely important for us. We have clean aviation, CESAR 3. These are clean aviation and CESAR 3 are very, very important flagship projects within the European Union, and they're some of the most ambitious projects in the world. So we have a lot of common objectives shared by all players, industry, public sector, small and medium-sized enterprises, research centers, and academia as well. And we believe that this is the best way to exploit the full potential of the talent that we have, to leverage this potential and this talent. So we have to develop very quick and very agile tools in order to proceed with very rapid testing. and make sure that our ambition is transformed into reality. So this means that we need to look for synergies between all the different sectors, in fact, aerospace, civil, defense, space. Almost all our key technologies are dual technologies, and that is why it is very important to make the links between these new technologies and these different sectors. And that is why it is absolutely imperative that the European Union continues to invest in defense and in the space industry. And once again, we welcome 3 flagship projects that were announced by the Commission around drones, around space systems for secure communication, and for space traffic as well. So these are very useful levers for competitiveness in these fields. So these need to take shape now.
Furthermore, we need to take an East Coast system approach. If I may come back to the point about critical infrastructures, which also require major investment. So funding these via IPCEIs as an instrument is going to be crucial, in particular as regards hydrogen and rolling out hydrogen technologies at an industrial scale. And so we need alliances, not just with the world of industry and research, but also with airports, for example, in this field. So it's not just a matter, or rather it's more than a matter of just funding when we're looking to conclude these alliances to take things forward. Alliances are really key sources of leverage. They'll bring a whole host of stakeholders on board and enable, one, the necessary funding to be properly channeled at EU level, but also influence on future international standards and regulations. We're talking about step changes here, which are so important that everyone needs to move forward together, all the ecosystem. And so we should not underestimate the need for this joint approach. And to do that, that means we need to talk, we need to properly frame things, we need to have everybody on board in order that this famous level playing field actually be a reality. That's key. We need to plan this properly. To give you a specific example, the Alliance for Zero Emissions Aviation, once it's on rolling out, it will bring together all the ecosystem's stakeholders, who will contribute, therefore, to a zero emissions aviation's future, and that will include airports, include airlines, and the job there will be to identify any barriers to placing on the market and take the necessary action to remove those barriers whilst coordinating our investments. At Airbus, we support a number of other industrial alliances, in particular the Alliance for Alternative Aviation Fuel, and as well as for shipping, alternative shipping fuels, as well as alliances in the field of cloud computing and digital technology. Time is short, and so it's in our interest to really further and step up the speed at which we roll out these projects. They are of vital importance, and reducing dependency is a challenge, but it's one which is within our reach. To do so, we need to prioritise, we need to invest and ensure alignment. We have tools which are under development to support us in this strategic approach. Now, we just simply we need to accelerate matters, move faster in order to implement them coordinated. So, what are we waiting for? Thank you. Thank you, Sabine Klauke. Volker Weisseler, you are the General Director for Companies and Innovation at the Dutch Ministry for the Economy and the Climate. In the Netherlands, you talk a lot about open strategic autonomy. So for you, it's important to collaborate with the countries of the EU, but also with all other democratic countries. And you stress the need to bolster the fundamentals, if you like, of the European Union's economies.
But let me explain a bit, and first thank the French presidency for inviting me and having this panel on a very topical subject, namely strategic autonomy, because let me start by saying that it is clear to also all member states, I would say, in Europe, that we live in challenging times, both from the challenges we have on a truly international level, like climate, the climate challenge, but also from the point of view of the geopolitical times we live in. We have been coming from more benign times than we are currently under, and that implies that all of us feel the pressure of a new environment, and also that these challenges need to be tackled at a different level. The level of the member state is not enough to live up with these challenges. You need to go to at least a European level, and when it comes to climate change, you have to go to a truly international level to tackle those. And that is already saying that from the point of view of a member state, you cannot do it on your own, you have to go international. Now let me differentiate a bit between Europe and truly international, because Europe feels like home. Yeah? So at the European level, and this is what we would say and start with, we need to lever the internal market. The internal market gives us a skill and gives us a possibility to work together and to have the innovation and the investment at a certain level, that we can truly work on a skill and on a level that allows us to keep up our knowledge, keep up our welfare, keep up the skill that we need for innovation. And this is something which we should bear in mind building any strategy. It starts with the internal market, it starts with innovation at the internal market, it starts with creating demand. It has been called also system integration, but going up and down the stack in innovation is very much important. So including end users when we go to fundamental research is already quite important, and work with the whole value chain that we need at the European scale is important. So working on the strategic elements of the internal market, of the single market, is perhaps the first that we should do in designing any open strategic autonomy strategy. And that also implies that we work on European values and that we include European values in making those strategies. Take, for example, the Fit for 55 strategy that gives us an environment where aviation firms know where to work on the decarbonization. It gives us a direction that helps us focus on the innovation that we need, and it might also help us in leveraging the internal markets and the standards that we need for the international markets. Because let's not forget, what we make in Europe, we make not only for Europe, we do have global markets to serve. ASML, as an example, is serving global markets. Airbus is serving global markets. And that implies in itself already that you should have an open strategy. You cannot do it only at your own. It's not an attempt, it's not a necessity, and it's not what we want. What we want is that we produce for truly international markets. And so that's the second reason I would say that we have to work on an open strategic autonomy. We have to work together in international value chain, but it becomes critical when these value chains are going to asymmetric dependencies, and where these dependencies are used by non-European countries to put pressure on the European Union or on individual member states. Then it becomes tricky. But let's not forget the whole European adventure started with creating mutual dependencies with a French-German coal and steel union, with the idea of that having these kind of interdependencies, if they are true interdependencies, might also help to build a peaceful environment. And this is something which we should not forget. At the same time, we should be ready to work on our choke points, on those elements there where we have strength and where we could even further strengthen our position. And this we should do, also that's a part of our open strategic autonomy that we should do with like-minded countries. We should do that in partnerships with other democracies, open economies that also aim for a sustainable future. And this is also what we do, and we also have to do that because there's also a war on talent. Let's not forget also about that. We need all the talent that is out there in the world to work on the most innovative, cutting-edge technologies. At ASML, over 160 nationalities are working on the lithography innovations. It's not something you can do with only European talent. Although we have to invest in European talent, and we do so, we also have to work with and should work with all talent available around the globe. And there is also good reason to do so, and to do so in good partnerships. And also there are excellent examples like the French-Canadian Initiative for Global Partnership on Artificial Intelligence, and the more recently announced initiative of the HPC Quantum with France, Germany, the USA, Canada, and the UK, and the Netherlands being part of. And this is also showing that if you work together on a truly international basis, and bundling these powers, we can reach even further without harming ourselves in any way, and indeed reaching for more innovation. A third element here to be mentioned is perhaps the most thorny one, and that is that the EU should perhaps also be a little bit more of a geopolitical power. And this is not what we are used to, and this is where we should perhaps work a bit on. That is by leveraging the internal market and making our standards the international standards. This is already part and parcel, I would say, with great examples. Classical by now with the GDPR, but there are so many examples of the soft power of Brussels. But we should also work on instruments that allow us to have instruments, anti-coercion instruments that allow us to have our own independent strategies, and that we can, in case where need be, retaliate or work on our own strong position. I think we are developing that in Europe, and the EU is making proposals for that, but it should also be part and parcel of the open strategic autonomy. We should be at the promote side, but we should also be at the protect side, as we call it. Thus, our strategy from the Netherlands, which we bring into Europe and have the debate on with our partners in Europe, is that we should first and foremost strengthen the fundamentals of the internal markets and of our economies, that we should decrease our undesirable dependencies and strengthen the geopolitical abilities of Europe, but in an open fashion.
Merci, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Mr. Weisseler. We're now going to open the floor for questions. The first question is going to be shown on the screen. I shall read it out for anyone who's following online. What are the priority areas in which you seek to intervene in order to bolster the EU's strategic autonomy? Kerstin Jorna, would you want to say a few words in response to that question? Well, that's a very big question. The question. What can you tell you is that we've already carried out a deep dive on a number of areas of vulnerability, in particular raw materials, not only raw materials. We're now preparing for a second such deep dive into other sectors. For me, what's important is the upstream analysis. Then comes action. And we've already mentioned batteries. That's one area. That's vital. Hydrogen. That's another one. Same goes for photovoltaic energy, say solar power, because basically those are the underpinnings that they carry the rest with them. And so really you need to identify, prioritize those areas which are going to serve as the basis on which to build for everything else. Because if you want to decarbonize industry, they basically need to electrify them. And in order to electrify, you need renewable energies. To get renewable energies, then you need to invest in wind power, in solar energy. Nuclear power has a role to play as well. But in order to build wind turbines, you need magnets. That's not something everyone is aware of, but to get the turbines to spin round, you need magnets. And magnets are essentially made of rare earths. Now, we don't have that rare earths in Europe. We can recycle some of them, but we don't have any here. And so how are we going to do that? How are we going to ensure our security of supply for rare earths, to build the magnets, to build the turbines, to decarbonize energy? So is it possible to recycle the magnets? There is a growing industry of which recycles magnets. Up to 25% at the moment can be recycled, but it's a very specific area of expertise. At the moment, we're not advanced yet, far enough yet. One other thing that people aren't aware of is that it's not just a question of mining rare earths. You have to be able to refine them. You have to process them. That's also an area of great expertise. And often that goes hand in hand with the ability to mine. And so if we don't have any extraction in Europe, that probably means we're not going to be very good at recycling either, because we don't have the necessary skills. And that's why we therefore are looking to develop criteria governing sustainable mining. That's a battle Europe can fight. Sabine Cloker for Airbus, what are your key areas for bolstering Europe's strategic autonomy? Well, if I may take a technological approach to answering this question, we see a clear link between decarbonising the economy and the digital transition, plus the dual-use aspect of technology. So it's clear to us that autonomy, so automated flying, for example, emissions planning, pilot assist systems, for example, voice transcription to reduce the burden on pilots, or automatic landing systems, and so on, or even certification giving use it for smart algorithms to provide pilots with greater autonomy. All of that can be a big part of the solution in providing strategic autonomy, but that covers a wide range of industries: defence, space industry, aviation, and so on. Connectivity in general will involve, for example, improving security, improving comfort. So that is to say, having broadband or high-speed internet on board nowadays is pretty much a basic requirement nowadays, but that goes hand in hand with a number of security issues. AI, seeing that in the round, that needs to be deployed across the board to be effective, but you also need to certify the aircraft's security and safety systems. To get there, we need some major technical progress to be made in order to bring on board these bring on stream these new systems. Electrification, batteries, hydrogen and energy are all key within that, because that's another big area where we need to act, because obviously that is to do with how we power aircraft. And so the issue of energy, and I agree with you entirely, is going to be one of the big questions for the future. Basically, it is everything else is based on that. We need renewable energies. We need a lot of renewable energies, enough in any case, to decarbonise the economy. Investment will be needed to get there. And again, the ecosystem approach needs to be taken to pushing that forward on these particular issues. And then maybe one last point. Let's think about materials. Let's see materials also in the round. Propulsion, I mentioned. How do we power aircraft? The second is the overall chain for materials, which needs to be as smart as possible, as effective as possible, using composite materials, multifunctional materials, which are coming on stream now, that's to say, which can perform different functions within a single primary material. And then you have smart manufacturing and digital manufacturing in particular. Thank you. Peter Mulunk.
Vous avez quelque chose à rajouter?
Peter, have you got anything to add for that question?
We just heard some great examples of what we can do, but in fact, I think it's all circles around the big societal challenges that we have. We should focus on where the biggest issues are, and the biggest issues are, we all agree, the energy transition and climate change. So anything, all the building blocks that can help solves these solutions, whether it's raw materials, whether it's new energy sources and green energy. That's the area where we should focus on. And we should do this, and I think Sabine said it, it's in an ecosystem approach. You really need to tie together the very significant development powers in Europe, which is embodied in leading institutions like universities. We have leading universities here with leading industry. And I think government and European legislation should be focused on fostering that. And it's, you only innovate when you have a problem. The bigger the problem, the bigger the innovations, because if there are no problems, you wouldn't innovate. Well, trust me, the world has enough problems, so let's innovate.
Merci. Alors, une autre question.
Thank you. Another question has come up. This is from Benoit Guillemin from the Pfeiffer Vacuum Company, saying that a number of investments have been made during this crisis in technology and startups. How can we ensure that once these technologies are mature, how can we be sure that between in a 5 or 8 year term, this is going to actually change or translate into jobs in France? François Jacques. Sorry, in Europe. Jobs for Europe. Jobs in Europe. I apologize. François Jacques. I'm not sure if I'm actually the best person to answer this, but I must say that what's clear is that there is indeed a challenge, and it was actually raised by the representative from the Commission here, because we can have the best technologies in the world, but then we need to find markets for this, we need to find clients, we need to be able to ensure that the companies actually stay European, and that really is a big issue. This is what was said earlier. We need to have an environment, an attractive environment of academies, industries, which create markets, using the single market for that, indeed. Also, we need to have tools which will accompany those companies when they are actually growing. We've talked about the Innovation Council, but we need to have capital as well, which will accompany these companies. Also, we have another concern, is that how are we going to industrialize this? How are they going to set up the first factories? How are they going to actually turn this into manufacturing and into a production chain? So if we have research which is being renewed time and time again, because you've got to continue innovating, but if we have that, and if we have a market that we're trying to promote with public policies, and if we have the tools which will support the capital markets as well, then we will be able to. But then we'll have won the whole match, and we will have the jobs. We have now from Brussels. Can I ask our colleague from Brussels if you have a response to this question, Belen, specifically on this question?
An element on which I think European companies have a cutting edge, which is in everything that has to do with sustainability. And consumers today and more in the future are demanding products that are sustainable. And there, the Commission will, and it will be actually Commissioner Breton and Reinders, will put forward an initiative on due diligence and demands that we will put on our industries and on imports from countries, from third countries, with regards to due diligence, respect for human rights. And this involves, the use of labor force, the environmental standards, the respect of human rights, and all this legislation, which will aim more at bigger companies than SMEs in principle, and we will do take due consideration of the impact that this will have on companies, will, from my point of view, privilege the European companies that can provide, yes, maybe a bit more expensive, but more sustainable products, which is what the consumers are asking today. And on that, I believe European companies are more champions than companies from some third countries where the standards aren't enough to fulfill the conditions that we will put on the market, and that hopefully will help our European companies also keep their jobs in Europe. I mean, Minister Le Maire said it earlier, that we might be ready to pay a bit of the cost of the climate transition, and that by ensuring, possibly through a trade policy that is more based on values, which is also an element that will be more present in the program of the new German coalition. I'll stop there. Thanks.
Merci beaucoup, Belén.
Thank you very much, Belén Martinez. Another question. What are the key strategic choices that have been taken by other powers or partners, and how should the European Union position itself vis-à-vis their partners? Karsten, a question for you. So how are we positioning ourselves? I've already talked about China and the question of magnesium. Well, there's none for the others, and that's a choice that we might actually expect to see coming up in other areas as well. It's best that we actually know where we are dependent, really, where our dependencies lie. However, there are also other inverse dependencies where China depends on us. This is what gives us a lever, this infamous lever, that we could perhaps work upon and actually use to our benefit. As far as the US is concerned, as I already said as well, in the US, they are developing a similar approach as us, coming out a bit late in the day, but they're doing it anyway. I think that there is a way for us to work alongside the USA, mutual dependencies. I think that we could cooperate together. We're doing that already on raw materials, and also with Canada, we've seen it, and Japan. Working so that we can actually work together with like-minded partners and have access to the resources that we need, working together. So we're defining the challenges together and working together so that we're all able to have access to these goods with our partners. Foucault Vachela, do you have a response to that question?
I implicitly also answered the question by saying, well, we do have to have an open strategy, isn't it? So for our partners and working with our partners, it's quite important that we do work together and try to create a knowledge base that allows us as like-minded countries to stay ahead and to work on the cutting-edge technologies. This is something which, if we do it only at the European scale, might lose us out at the end of the day. So we should cooperate. And as I also said, there are also challenges that are truly global. Let's not forget that. And the climate challenge is something which is not among like-minded countries only. This is a truly global issue. And so there is also scope for participation, and there's also need for participation beyond the cutting-edge technologies and creating the mutual dependencies or having no asymmetric or at least possible asymmetric dependencies. We do have to look also for those challenges that we can really work on together and thus also create a basis for our values and our answers to those questions as related to sustainability, clean aviation and others to prosper and to work on that basis.
Merci.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you all for this excellent exchange of views. We're going to have a short break. We're going to be back at 3:55 for the second round table. Thank you all.
Merci à toutes et à tous.
Thank you all for coming back to follow the second part of this conference. conference entitled A Stronger Industry for More Independent Europe. We're going to start by looking at a film which shows us what is at stake as concerning critical raw materials for households, for companies, for all of us, and why it's important for us to securitize our supply. Let's have a look at the film. Every day, be it for transport, for work, for our leisure, we use a number of objects which contain minerals and metals. Some of these materials are also key for our economy and can actually be found within the European Union. These are called critical raw materials, and the European Union has identified 30 of these. The supply of raw materials and critical raw materials is indeed a strategic issue because these are of interest for us from an ecological point of view, and they enable us to actually push for the climate change. For example, the LED lights are possible thanks to gallium and indium, and using that enables us to have low carbon lighting. Electric vehicles function as well using magnets. These magnets use rare earths such as graphite, lithium, nickel and cobalt. Using an electric vehicle daily requires critical raw materials, but it cuts consumption of fossil fuels, enabling us to have greener transport systems and enables us to have low carbon vehicles. PCs and smartphones are also essential for the digital transition. These require copper and manganese. By using CRMs, we're able to reduce the impact on the climate. It is more effective, more efficient, and leads to more reasonable use of our resources. We're going to need more of these in the future if we want to move away from fossil fuels, protect the climate, and succeed with the double transition. So how can we secure supply of these critical raw materials? Well, the European Union has an answer. In order to actually organize the supply of secure the supply of CRM, so we have actually got a new target. Today, China supplies 98% of raw earths. South Africa supplies 3/4 of our platinum, and Brazil 85% of our requirements in niobium, be it for wind energy, fuel cells, lithium batteries, or components for automation. These materials are deemed to be critical because Europe only covers 1 to 2% of our needs in the EU. Added to this, some producer countries have export restrictions on critical raw materials. For all of these reasons, Europe needs to work towards optimizing its use and securing supply. Solutions do exist. Reducing consumption. If we reduce our consumption, generally speaking, that's a good thing. But as far as critical raw materials are concerned, given the ecological and technical importance of it, it's not so simple. So Europe is trying to rationalize our use of these materials and increase awareness of the consumers. The development of technology, research and development could also enable us to find alternatives to some materials in the medium term. That, of course, requires that the environmental impact of these new materials is better. However, these alternatives don't always exist. Between now and 2040, we should be able to recycle more copper, lithium, cobalt and nickel, and this would enable us to bring down our needs in the EU by some 10%. This would also enable us to create numerous jobs within the European Union. A fourth solution is to try to develop our own sources of supply where possible. As the European Parliament has already said, between 2020 and 2024, we're going to see 4 new mining lithium mines opening in the EU, which would enable us to cover some 80% of our needs for batteries by the year 2025. This also means that if we actually have these mines within the European Union, we'll be able to supervise the environmental and social conditions of extractions, because the European standards are the highest, amongst the highest in the world. And finally, Europe should also diversify the non-EU sources of these products by developing resilience chains, investing in non-EU mines, and developing cooperation and partnerships with third countries. We already have this with Canada and with the Ukraine, for example. These agreements ensure that we have diversified and sustainable supply. Optimize, innovate, recycle, produce and interact. These are the fundaments of the EU strategy for autonomy in critical raw materials. There's still work to be done.
Le thème de cette deuxième table ronde.
The second roundtable will be taking a look at how to reduce EU strategic dependencies on critical raw materials. So we have with me Bernd Schäfer, who's the CEO of EIT Raw Materials GmbH, ERMA, Philippe Varin, President of the Board of Suez, Hildegard Bentele, Member of the European Parliament and the Industry, Research and Energy Committee, Denis Redonnet, Deputy DG Trade, Chief Trade Enforcement Officer for the European Commission, Matti Hietanen, CEO of Finnish Minerals Group, and the video connection is with Raúl Blanco Diaz, the General Secretary for Industry and SMEs in Spain. So thank you all for joining us. And we'll come to you from afar later on. Bernd Schäfer, CEO of the ERMA Alliance. You have already taken the stand. According to you, one of the roles of the ERMA Alliance is to secure supply of raw materials and reduce Europe's dependencies. You say that certain actions have already been taken and a lot more are required.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Minister of State Bruno Le Maire, Minister Delegate Agnès Pannier-Runacher, and ladies and gentlemen, and of course also my fellow panelists Philippe Varin, Hildegard Bentele, Matti Hietanen, Denis Redonnet and Raúl Blanco Diaz. I would like to thank the French Presidency of the Council of the European Union for giving me this important platform here today. Let me set the scene for you quickly. Historically, 70 years ago, the prosperity of the EU was built on raw materials, the European coal and steel community. Raw materials are now back on a much greener political and economic agenda because Europe depends on the availability of raw materials. It is imperative to act now in order to achieve the mandatory 2030 and 2050 climate targets. The transition from fossil-fueled to clean energy technologies will see soaring demand for metals and minerals. For example, a typical electronic vehicle requires 6 times the minerals input of a conventional car. In fact, according to the International Energy Agency, this will mean a quadrupling of mineral requirements by 2040, particularly for nickel, cobalt, lithium and copper. But Europe lacks domestic production of raw materials. Also, there is no level playing field. The cost of EU production within the same segment of raw materials is often intrinsically higher than the non-European production cost. In many cases, production costs outside Europe are massively lowered by a set of direct and indirect state subsidies and lower social, labor and environmental standards. Furthermore, trade facilitations, such as unilateral tax exemptions, discriminate against European and other global competitors. Added to this, the pandemic, market volatility, geopolitical pressures and energy price hikes are creating supply shortages of critical and strategic raw materials. Look at what is happening currently with magnesium. Europe depends on China for 95% of its supply of magnesium. The Chinese government effort to curb domestic power consumption resulted in an international supply crisis affecting important European industries. This can't go on. At EIT Raw Materials and the European Raw Materials Alliance, it's our mission to secure raw material supply and to reduce Europe's dependencies in raw materials. We make raw materials matter. So what is the opportunity? The potential for the European industry to source raw materials domestically for the green transition is huge. For example, we know now that we have the capacity to establish a full rare earth magnet value chain in Europe and to supply over 60% of the lithium demand from local sources. This is phenomenal. Take rare earth magnets, which are indispensable for the functioning of electronic vehicles. There are significant rare earth reserves in Europe but no mining is taking place. To date, 20% of Europe's rare earth magnet needs could be sourced from the EU. 15 times more than current supply, the actual capacity is much higher. We have the ability to set up multi-country value chains between EU members. For example, rare earths mined in Sweden or Norway and processed in Estonia and Poland, which could be manufactured into magnets in Estonia, Germany and Slovenia to be used in cars built in France, Germany, Sweden or elsewhere. The same applies to other materials. Responsible mining of our raw material reserves must be expanded and scaled fast, fulfilling the highest ethical and environmental standards. European industries and research institutions are recognized leaders in everything from automation, digitalization to best practice in mining. It is within reach to become the world leading producer of sustainably sourced raw materials. Complementary to this, the implementation of a circular economy can become a major pillar of raw material supply. There are enormous opportunities by closing material loops, optimize utilization and apply smart product design principles. We support investments in the European mining sector as the enabler of the green and digital transition and as the foundation for a functioning circular economy. The radical shift required from a brown and linear to a green and circular economy will also present a huge education opportunity in the areas of skills and competencies, predicted to bring a net increase of 700,000 jobs by 2030. The good news is we have lifted off. In September 2020, the European Raw Materials Alliance, called ERMA, was launched by Commissioner Breton and Vice President Šefčovič exactly to address these challenges and make Europe economically more resilient. ERMA, managed by EIT Raw Materials, is firmly embedded in the European Commission's policy framework. It is working closely with the European Parliament and our 600 partners to gather widespread support to securing raw material supply for Europe. In its first year of operation, ERMA has identified investment opportunities earmarked for short-term financing until 2023. This investment pipeline today consists of 28 pre-screened projects worth more than 10 billion euros. Approximately 25% of financing will need to come from financial institutions, with the remaining part by industry, private investors and public funding. By 2030, ERMA's activities will increase the production of raw and advanced materials substantially. When implemented, our current investment pipeline suggests a multiplier of at least 10 for important strategic raw materials such as lithium, cobalt and rare earth. To this end, we now have to come forward and step up investments in the European raw materials sector. In this context, we highly appreciate the most recent French initiative to secure supply of strategic metals for the domestic industry, which could be an exemplary role model also for other European countries. Let me summarize the key priorities that we urgently need to implement in order to reduce European dependencies on strategic raw materials and to strengthen our resilience. First, establish financing possibilities through important projects of common European interest, IPCEIs, addressing market failures and create national investment facilities. Second, create a level playing field to strengthen European international competitiveness. Third, implement standards and regulations that facilitate EU's primary and secondary resource production. Fourth, step up investment for responsible mining and a circular economy and assure the necessary skills base for a successful green transition. Fifth, build up local reserves of raw materials similar to the so-called JOGMEC, the Japanese Oil, Gas and Metals National Corporation. Sixth, launch a European raw materials investment fund to coordinate raw materials investments and value chain integration across the EU. And seventh, strengthen existing and establish new trade and cooperation agreements with resource-rich countries to diversify supply chains. This decade is critical and the momentum to act is now. And with this, thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Bernard.
Thank you very much, Bernd Schaefer, for the introduction to this second roundtable. Philippe Varin, you're president of the board of Suez. At the start of the week, you submitted to Barbara Pompili the French Minister of Environmental report and also went to the French Minister for Industry, securing supply of raw materials. According to you, we're coming out of a world that's dominated by oil, moving to a world that will be dominated or is already dominated by mineral raw materials. For you, reducing dependencies is vital. Dependency is a real threat. Yes, indeed. I said recently that the world of tomorrow will be carbon-free, but rich in metals. And to give you some figures to back this, the copper market over the next 10 years is going to increase twofold. The nickel market will treble. The lithium market will probably quadruple, to the extent that we can really assess it. But the market of raw materials is going to be increasing several-fold over the next 10 years. So we've got a world that's rich in metals. For 40 years now, we have been in a situation where the oil and gas triangle, in other words, Saudi Arabia, the United States and Russia, govern the geopolitics of the world through warfare, but also moving out of the economic level playing field through OPEC, for instance. And I think that's all going to be left in the past. And we've got potentially a lot of countries that are going to have an awful lot of resources, emerging countries, inter alia, and we see rivalry increasingly between China and the United States to exert control over those resources. Very often we're talking about what's happening between China and the US and decoupling technologies, but there are tensions on metals, which is pretty much on the same level, on a par. So the geopolitical context has to be borne in mind. The level playing field, the European approach, is likely to be changing in the future. So that's the background. And if we take a look at digital applications, well, what I've already said, China for 20 years has been in full control over 40 to 60% of the three main supply chains for batteries, nickel, cobalt, and lithium. And that is something that has to be borne in mind as well, particularly if we take a look at what's happening with magnesium. China has 95% global production. Magnets for electric vehicles. I mean, each electric engine will have several kilos. They're already on the offshore wind turbines, and they all come from China, all of these magnets, or 90% of them. So the geopolitical situation has to be borne in mind as regards this dependency, because it means that there are risks, shortages. We see this with components. I mean, things are not quite the same today, but we've seen it in the past. It's difficult to deal with. Magnesium, that'll be the situation in the future. The DRC will have 70% of the cobalt reserves. China, a large portion of the supply of magnets. So there's the risk situation. It's potentially there as well if we take nickel. Nickel mines, well, there aren't that many throughout the world, even though it might last in terms of how much there is. But there could be problems potentially. And lithium spread broadly across the world. But if you have a fourfold increase in demand, the mines have to be able to follow, and the mining activities involve several years. So we have to have discussions so that we can secure the supply for all of this. That's a general global panorama. And as for Europe, well, Europe is not one of the forerunners if you compare with China or the US, because the US for the last 5 years has been reacting very strongly. Europe today is talking about 38 gigafactories for batteries. I mean, that's an announcement. They might not all be there. But we're going to go from 0 to 600 to 800 gigawatt hours in terms of battery capacity. 150 billion invested over the period into batteries and the downstream sector as well. So that's massive. The upstream sector, rather. So we're talking about 30% of the supply possibilities will be domestic, in other words, in Europe. We're going to have access to external resources, though, and that's really significant. That's the context, then, in general terms. The first question is to secure the materials, and secondly, that we don't always hear about, that's the localization of the intermediate stages in the value added. First of all, you have to see where the mines are to be found, and where is the factory. It tends to be close to the assembly point. But there are different stages: refining, precursors, etc., and so on. And where are they going to be located? So Europe has to have the resources to attract them and to be competitive in this. And this, and it comes to my third point: securing, localizing, and then regulation. And here I turn to Bernd, because this is where Europe has a huge role to play. Probably we're going to use only batteries that have got little CO2 in their manufacturing process, and what we would call a responsible development of mines. We have to clarify what the ambition is of this. So the context: securing, locating, localizing, and regulation. Thank you very much. Hildegard Benteler, member of the European Parliament and member of the Industry, Research and Energy Commission. Last November, in the report that went to the European Parliament, you advocated the need to secure the supply of raw materials. And the strategy for this is based on 3 pillars: diversifying the supplier countries, restarting mining projects in Europe, Philippe was talking about this, and recycling or substitution when we're talking about the most critical materials.
And I think it was high time to take up the issue in the Parliament again, because the last time we discussed this was 10 years ago. But the world has changed a lot. Mr. Schäfer has told us, and we are very ambitious with regard to the green and the digital transition, which means a lot bigger demand of raw materials, and we have to face this. So this is why we decided also as a Parliament to discuss it in public, because the problem until now is that a lot of experts talk about it and they know about it, but not the public. And I think we need this public awareness about the need for raw materials and how they are produced, and mainly about our dependencies. So we come up with, let's say, 4 proposals, which I would like to talk to you about. And the first one is, of course, we want to make Europe an actor in this regard. We have seen it during the pandemic when we had shortage of supplies of respirators, masks, and so on. So there is the awareness has grown, but it goes further. It goes to raw materials. So what we need is a better coordination on the European level, because what I learned also, we do a national raw materials policy. We have national raw materials agencies, but they do not coordinate. They don't exchange with each other. And so we need this monitoring, which is also done very good by the Commission and Commissioner Breton, but we need to do this in a structured way. So in this structured way, I think ERMA, as it was said, it was established recently, can play a crucial role. So we have to just be better organized and do it in a strategic way. This is very important, but this is just the first step. We have to get a really deep consciousness of the scarcity and the value of our raw materials. So we have to close really all material loops. So recycling, innovation, substitution is at the forefront. We have to think about how we design our products so that we can recycle them much better. But we also have to invest from today on in the secondary raw materials markets, because we need to invest in these recycling industries. They are not yet there. If you think about your bicycle, if you have a battery, there is no idea how to recycle this battery. So we have to establish these markets, and Parliament comes up with targets mainly. So we want to have recycling targets, but we also need the investment. So we have to have this in the focus from the very beginning. If we start new industry like electrolyzers, hydrogen, and so on, we have to have this on our mind from the very beginning, because if not, Europe will regulate and force the industry to do so, but we have to do it from the beginning. And the third issue is I think, the most difficult one, but it's a political one. We have to talk about sourcing in Europe. and this is a highly controversial issue. If you look at Spain, if you look at Serbia, if you look at Portugal, there's a lot of resistance, and we have to really take our responsibility from the European level to the national level to the local level, because it cannot be that we agree in the European Parliament that it is important to source raw materials in Europe in a responsible way at highest standards. It was said by Mr. Schäfer, we have the highest standards, but we also have to take our responsibility, because the alternative is that they are sourced in third countries where there are no standards or very low standards. So we have to really take our responsibility. We talk about supply chains, we talk about new obligations for companies to report about their supply chain. So why don't we do it in Europe? So we have to really be very coherent on all levels and fight for this awareness. And if there's a project, and Mr. Schäfer said that there are projects in the pipeline for rare earth materials which can be done in Europe, we really have to bring them through. But we also have to take industry responsible, because they have to apply then the best techniques. They have to also talk to the people, to the people on the ground. They should be not defensive but offensive, and inform from the forefront. But we also have to take the responsibility for our mining industry. They have certain specificities because they are located at a certain location. They cannot move like other industries because the resources are at one place. So what about renewable energy? How easy can they switch to renewable energy? How good can they control their emissions? What about their financing possibilities? And most important, if you talk about mining projects, is about the license. So the procedures are much too long to get a license to run a mine. So we have to really take our responsibilities if we promote domestic supply and domestic sourcing. And at the end, of course, we also need to talk about money. I mean, Mr. Schäfer said it very clearly. We have projects, we have to finance them now, and we also should make a lighthouse project with an common European project, that we can show what is possible, that we can show to the broader public what is possible with European cooperation, what can be achieved. So this is very important that we get now to these lighthouse projects, that we implement them. So this is, I think, from an overview what we are fighting for, and also we have to, as it was said, we have to go to schools, we have to talk about people, what is our industrial base, what do we need as an industrial base in this new world, which we all wish, as it was said, with electronic cars, with batteries in bicycles, with hydrogen, but this has a high demand of raw materials, and we have to become aware of this, and we have to educate people and inform people and convince them that we as Europeans have standards, which can also is a selling point, but also industry, and this is maybe my last point, has to commit to these products which are sourced in Europe. They might be a little bit more expensive, but they are more safe in the supply chain, and in so far more valuable.
Merci beaucoup, Hildegard Benteler.
Thank you very much, Hildegard Benteler. I'd just like to turn now to Denis Redonneau, who is Deputy DG Trade, Chief Trade Enforcement Officer at the European Commission. According to you, the EU trade policy should absolutely adapt to support an active industrial policy in the field of critical raw materials. Yes, of course, there has to be some consistency and logic in the different policies deployed in Europe. Our trade policy and our international relations with other countries is something that is common at the European Union level. If we have an ambition to be resilient, resilience of value chains, and within that, of course, critical raw materials, the trade policy has to be coherent with this ambition. It begins with diagnostics. Well, just to start, I would say that the work that has been done to revise the industrial policy of the European Union by the Commission, the Breton Commission in the month of May. This work was carried out together between the trade and the industry side of the Commission. So we asked ourselves the question of strategic dependence, and we tried to take a closer look at concentrations of imports in the most sensitive ecosystems. So this work shows that this is quite a targeted problem, this problem of import concentrations. It concerns health and pharmaceuticals, but it mainly concerns critical raw materials, about 100 products. We've mentioned them, lithium, nickel, etc. And we talk about depending mainly on China and also on a whole series of industrial sectors that are key to transition. Batteries, for instance, but also wind turbines, a sector in which we have a competitive edge today when it comes to international footprint. So we need to preserve our external competitiveness as well of some of these key sectors. Now, I see three things here. First of all, the question of diversification of supply, of value chains through trade agreements. In trade agreements that the European Union negotiates with third countries since the last 5, 6, 7 years, we negotiate specific commitments on the raw materials and energy-related chapters for export and discipline, non-discrimination. For sourcing, non-discrimination is important in terms of international law. There are certain negotiations with certain countries that are very important when it comes to critical raw materials. We need to have non-discrimination relations with countries such as Chile, for instance, Australia, Indonesia. These are currently being negotiated, and the question of access to raw materials is indeed an issue. This requires foreseeability, and it is one element in a very complex chain of industrial policy. The different dimensions, as you said, mining, transformation, all this has to be taken into consideration. But one link in the chain is access, is diversification of sources, and through these trade treaties we can build regulatory cooperation. What was done in the field of raw materials, you saw in this video. We've done this with Canada and with Ukraine as far as raw materials are concerned. Now, the second aspect of trade policy, in order to address these issues, is an approach which is an approach where we want to make sure that we comply with our international commitments with our international partners as far as the problems related to import restrictions are concerned, imposed by a certain number of third countries. OECD has a lot of publications on this. There are sectors in raw materials where 70% of global production is affected by different forms of import restrictions, some which actually violate international trade regulations. So here the European Union can take action on these issues, including by taking measures to make sure that there is compliance with the rules, maybe even to approach the WTO if necessary. We did this in the past for rare earth with China, and we've recently done it with Indonesia as far as nickel is concerned. So there is this idea of complying with the international rules, and this is something also that can be a basis on which to build our work. And the next thing that we want to look at goes beyond raw materials alone, because it involves the industrial chain as a whole. And this is the role that we can play as far as using instruments to protect our trade interests in order to preserve an industrial basis in Europe in the face of predatory practices, especially when it comes to metals, because these are key elements of the chain, steel and aluminum. Well, there is an activity of defense of European industry in these areas because there are structural distortions and this is also related to surplus capacity in these sectors. And this is very important. Primary aluminum is the most striking example. OECD has shown once again that primary aluminum companies in China are subsidized to the area of 15 to 20% of their total revenue. So we're not talking about marginal distortions, trade distortions here. These are significant distortions. We have large volumes of activity and trade based on a principle that it is impossible to build transition in strategic sectors such as climate change and digital transition if certain segments of the value chain count on products that are the object of dumping. So we have to take measures in these sectors depending on what sectors we want to look at as far as inputs are concerned, inputs that are going to be used in wind energy or offshore energy or telecom. And we have taken anti-dumping measures, for instance, for optic fibers that are an essential component of the value chain of the telecom industry. So there are different elements here that are involved, and when there are trade distortions, we have to build instruments to protect European interests, including distortion of raw material costs, which are sort of subsidies in disguise. We are looking at this as far as nickel is concerned in particular. We are looking at anti-subsidy issues and instruments to prevent this kind of disguised subsidy. We're looking at all this very seriously, and this is what is required for our industrial ambitions. Thank you very much. Matti Heitinen, you are the CEO of Finnish Minerals Group. And according to you, it is very important to understand the role of value chains and what is required for greenfield investments. Could you elaborate on that, please? Thank you.
I think that most of the things that I would like to say today are already said, because I think that we very much share the same view here and same opinions. But if I try to elaborate the, let's say, importance of the value chains and also to kind of like address that what is required from the greenfield investments to be attractive, there are a couple of points that I would like to highlight. So when we talk about value chains, the industry's expectations are that first of all there needs to be security of supply. So industries value local short supply chains, and secondly value chains need to be responsible, especially they need to have low CO2 footprint, and that again means local and short supply chains. But then obviously this all boils down to low costs, which are obviously mandatory for the profitable business, and here European value chains need to compete against global market and market prices. Public attention often focuses on downstream investments. Obviously those can be very visible and big investments, so that is in a way natural. But I believe that Europe should go as upstream in the value chains as possible, not only to meet the expectations from the industry, but also to fulfill societal and political objectives. So investments are needed, and the challenges for new investments differ in the different parts of the value chains. In downstream investments, challenges can be technology related, they can relate to IPRs, funding, slow permitting, or funding questions. In upstream investments, typical challenges are location related matters, slow project development, slow permitting, generic or local opposition, and obviously also funding. And if I give you one example from the battery value chain, so basically today there is no industrial scale precursor or cathode active material production in Europe, and by the end of this decade, 24 billion euro needs to be invested to these investments to satisfy the European demand. And at the same time, this is low-margin business with high technological requirements and long permitting processes, so the market entry is very difficult. Another example from the mining industry, attractive mining projects as such are scarce, and it easily takes 20 years or more to take a mining project to operation. And at the same time, a single investment can be in the ballpark of billion euro. So, and there are a lot of uncertainties such as permitting and market volatility. So investment decisions are difficult, and both of these examples illustrate that we really need to foster private investments. I think that it's clear that unfortunately Europe won't be self-sufficient when it comes to critical raw materials, and some of these key raw materials can even face global supply challenges. Obviously, then the question is that what we can do with this, and there already has been a lot of good discussion around this, but I would like to highlight that the responsible starting point is that we need to make sure that the local resources are fully utilized, and this obviously means investments in Europe for primary materials production. We should also develop diversified supply sources, such as partnerships and cooperation with third countries and responsible natural resources companies. And we need to be an attractive partner, someone with whom people want to cooperate. We also need to be well prepared for recycling, although it takes time before recycling can offer a significant amount of secondary materials. But I believe that we should consider raw materials that are used in batteries and other applications as living secondary material stock, and make sure that these materials are kept within European Union. And this also means that we should already build such refining capacities that later on can utilize recycled materials. So as said, there are already a lot of good actions going on, and a lot of good actions that are recognized. I will try to find some complementary aspects to these. And firstly, I agree that we need to ensure a level playing field. So European companies and European production basically today are under a lot of regulation and growing sustainability requirements, and this is obviously good, but these same requirements should also be applied to the imported raw materials. Otherwise, we jeopardize our own cost competitiveness, and we basically import materials with lower ESG standards. Secondly, we need to secure prerequisites for private investments. Permitting processes need to be fast, they need to be predictable. Public equity and debt financing should take more risk and fund the early stages of investment projects. Then the private funding will follow. Thirdly, we need transparency and traceability, so that European consumers know from where the raw materials they use actually originate and what is the CO2 footprint. This helps consumers to make choices and makes it possible to pay a market premium for sustainable European production. And finally, we need to enhance the public awareness so that people should understand that critical raw materials are needed for their iPhones and EVs and laptops, and that it actually isn't self-evident that there always are these raw materials available. And also the reputation of extractive industries needs to be improved, and we need to make sure that that it can attract the best talent, and that the public opinion also supports these investments that we need.
Merci beaucoup, Matti Hietanen.
Thank you very much, Matti Hietanen. Let's go to Spain now to listen to Raúl Blanco Diaz, General Secretary for Industry and SMEs, Spanish Ministry for Industry, Trade and Tourism. The EU will be at a disadvantage from an industrial and technological standpoint if we don't consider supply of critical raw materials as a key political issue. Is that right? Hello, everybody. I would like to say a special hello to the Minister, dear Agnes, and also the team of the Ministry for Economy, Finance and Recovery. And I would like to say that I'm very sorry for not being with you in person in Paris, but I will try to be in France very soon, because there's going to be the informal competitiveness council shortly that I will join. Thank you very much for this conference. It is indeed very important. It is important to talk about strategy, economic strategy, and it's indeed very important because it marks the beginning of the French presidency.
This panel has said we are talking here about liberty, about independence, and about future relevance of Europe in the world. I would like to congratulate the work of Ms. Ventele, who is also in this panel, for the recent vote by the European Parliament of the report on critical raw materials. The report will serve to promote something that you have said, to promote European resilience, strategic automotive, but also particularly raising awareness among the parliamentarians and among the European society in this critical issue. The European Union will be in a clear industrial and technological disadvantage by not considering the supply of critical raw materials as a top policy issue. European Union has considered the supply of critical raw materials of a strategic security for the Green Deal, but it's also a social responsibility, because otherwise there won't be an authentic Green Deal or economic and technological development if Europe is green, but other third countries make the deal. COVID-19 and the recent bottlenecks have demonstrated diversification of supply is a suboptimal solution, is not sufficient, will also reduce opportunities for employment and productivity. So for a strategic stockpiling of critical raw materials, it may be worth exploring possibilities such as a network of storage facilities coordinated by the European Union based in local, national, unused or abandoned mines. So taking European initiatives, fostering a change in the mining paradigm, because in terms of mining, we should promote sustainable and intelligent mining by both use of industrial reconversion and, on the other side, social cohesion policies, and same-wise facilitating risk-sharing policies to incentive the investment in this sector, in mining, and also in refining, as the Finnish colleague, the Finnish speaker, has said. This is very clear in the case of lithium. During the other panels has been told about lithium and batteries. We need mining in lithium. We have the opportunity to do that in Spain, in Portugal, and we need also refining premises. But this should be compatible, and this is very, very relevant, and we should open the debate about the do not significant harm principle, because on one side, we have this principle as a main principle for the activities of the European institutions, the European governments, the member states, but on the other side, we should promote mining and refining, etc. We should make compatible both things. Otherwise, there will be also a clear bottleneck. The European Action Plan on Critical Raw Materials is an excellent basis for this, but urge to accelerate the implementation, in particular focus on sustainable finance taxonomy for the critical raw materials, mining, and also, as other colleagues have said, the creation of an important project of common European interest, an IPCI on critical raw materials. Spain has undertaken a legislative modification to include the strategic supply chains and critical dependencies into our national security system. In particular, we are developing a project of a strategic reserve based on industrial production capabilities, which has been selected by the European Commission Technical Support Instrument for its potential to mitigate supply chain crisis and its possible European integration. The need of critical raw materials, the need of strategic products for the twin transition, for the green transition, for the digital transition, and the recovery and resilience plan creates a very big opportunity for Europe, not without challenges, to reshape a sector which is vital for our industry, supporting job creation and social and territorial cohesion through Europe. Spain is open to work with other member states and the Commission in this issue of critical dependencies in raw materials and strategic products such as semiconductors, such as batteries, and other kind of supplies, and supply chains of strategic resources. So we will be there. We have interesting initiatives in these terms of strategic reserves on industrial production capabilities, and we will be working with France in this case during this semester of presidents in order to promote strategic autonomy, in order to promote level playing field of the European companies, in order to promote this future for critical raw materials in Europe. So thank you very much. Merci.
Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup. Reste avec.
Thank you. Thank you. Stay on the line. We're now going to move on to the Q&A, and no doubt we'll come back to you and ask you a question at some point. Now, first question: China produces 80% of batteries and has secured its own supply in most and refines a number of critical metals in a number of the main areas of mining across the world. Now, how can we catch up in Europe? Bernd Schaffer, maybe.
Okay, just try to get the question here. I think we have to be very much aware that Europe has permitted to leave raw materials go to China. Oh, sorry.
Just take your...
Excuse me. No, I was just about to say we have to be clear that Europe has permitted, and I think magnesium is a very nice example, and we have many others, that a bunch of raw materials was left over to China. And I think it's now highest time for us to think, how can we repatriate those raw material supply that are today concentrated in China back to Europe? There's an unhealthy balance today when we are looking at an amount of certain raw materials where the production percentages in China are, I would say, in a level of dependency that the resilience is clearly threatened in Europe.
Philippe Varin, est-ce que vous avez quelque chose?
Philippe Varin, do you wish to add anything on that question? Maybe to put it in context of the recommendations I made in my recent report. There are three big issues here. First of all, security of supply, location, and regulation. For magnets, it's clear that we need to take a stake in rare earths mines across the world, and if we can do it in Europe, such as in Spain and Portugal, all the better. That's been said, and that's important. We need public-private partnerships to do so. This is not a question of simply public subsidy. It's a question of using public money for targeted investment in specific value-creating propositions over 10 years. A sort of European DARPA, if you like. Well, this is an investment fund I'm talking about. I mean, yes, that's kind of like DARPA. Indeed, it's part of what DARPA does. So that's a decision that needs to be taken at European level. It's not just France which can decide that. Over the next 6 months, I think that will be a very important question, and it can be part of the solution. The second point is the location. Between the mines and the end product, we need to locate a number of value-added stages, if you like, or steps in Europe, or in the case specifically in France, Dunkirk for batteries, because Dunkirk is a port. We have great logistics. It's possible to locate gigafactories in France, but also across the rest of Northern Europe. Decarbonized electricity is also important, because for these steps which are adding value all the way, that's going to take a lot of energy. So the energy needs to be decarbonized, and it has to be at a good cost. And we are lucky in France to have relatively cheap electricity. Certainly it's competitive. So if we can create a cluster around, let's say, Dunkirk for batteries, that would be a big step forward. For magnets, excuse me. We have potential, I think, in Europe to recycle about 20% of the batteries if we recycle them, which we don't yet do. So we need industrial demonstration products. There's going to be one near the town of Lek. This demonstrator will take magnets which have been collected, will dissolve them, break them down, and get at the rare earth oxide which went into them to begin with. The product then will be the same, essentially, as one that comes out of a rare earth mine today. There are then two additional steps, one which is to make the metals from the oxide, and then use the metal to make the magnet. So there's potential there for development. We need to do that via partnerships. The Americans have been decisive in what they've done. They've gone from a situation where they had Moicorp, which went bankrupt due to China undercutting prices 10 years ago. They've now rebuilt a mine, MP Materials, which is called. The mine produces a concentrate of rare earths, which is then sent to China to be converted into, rather than sending it to China to build it into a magnet. The US has decided to actually create a magnet plant in situ, and we need to do the same thing in Europe. That's the second part of my recommendation, an illustration of what I mean. And then the third subject, as I said, was regulation. I think the batteries regulation is a good example, which will say that every battery will need to have a passport. It will be red, yellow, or green, a bit like on a washing machine. And then we need to know what the criteria will be feeding into that label. One of the criteria will be CO2. And it's not terribly complicated in theory, although it is more complex in practice. The second criterion needs to be that of a responsible mine, which needs to be included in that, and that's a slightly vaguer concept nowadays, as everyone says they mine responsibly, don't they? So at European level, what we'll need to do is to decide what is going to be the standard against which a responsible mine can actually be certified, in order to foster public trust, public confidence, and the public opinion is important. Now we need a batteries regulation, and we also need will need a magnets regulation, sort of analogous to the batteries regulation, across the value chain. Those will be vital steps for us in Europe to integrate the mines for these rare earths, these rare metals, to bring them on board into the taxonomy, if you like. They're not in the taxonomy at present, and yet they are enabling activities as we. Under the European legislation, because they are part of the solution to the environmental issue. And so if public opinion needs to understand that mines are needed in Europe, but in order to accept that, we need to be clear that the standards will be strict, the standards will be tough, and they are acceptable for the industrial players, but also are credible in the eyes of consumers. Thank you. You mentioned mines. We have a question about mines. Where are the 4 mining projects planned in Europe, which are supposed to cover up to 80% of the EU's needs for lithium between now and 2025? Bentele?
About, but it's not that easy, and I think our fellow panelist in Spain knows it very well, that it's not easy to have lithium projects in Europe. And I'm coming from Berlin. We have a Tesla in front of our doors, which also established a battery factory, but not the lithium is not produced in Germany, of course, so it comes from abroad. So I think this is a big issue. So we have to, I mean, it's not easy to put these projects really to produce. So we have to, and this is our political responsibility. This is why I look to my fellow politician in Spain. It's not enough to say it as a minister. You have to bring it down to the local level. You have to convince people about the opportunities and about the importance. If we want to have industry in Europe, if we want to have less dependencies, if we want to create jobs in these new industries, we have to confront the fact that we also need mining. Mining has a very bad reputation, as it was said, but we have also best technologies in Europe. If we do not promote these best technologies, they go somewhere else. And so we have to really become credible on our transition. I mean, I had a huge fight in the European Parliament because I also said we need mining in protected areas, because there's a tendency to extend protected areas which are, where the nature is protected and where you cannot do mining. But I also have to say, I mean, if I look to Germany now, we have to build a lot of windmills. So, and even the new government with green participation says this is in public security interest. So we have to really become very clear what we talk about. We talk about our industrial base, about our transition, about our Green Deal. We want to be pioneers in the world. We want to have high standards. But we have to implement them ourselves. If we face resistance and if we resign, then we have lost. This is not credible. And so I just can encourage everybody, and it's not easy to have this fight with the local population and to convince people, but you can do it. And if you show the job potential, and if you also show the alternatives, which actually means mining in China or in Congo, where there are no standards and you have child labor and so on. So this makes a difference, but we have to be now really face these challenges of the Green Deal and implement it.
Denis Redonnet.
Denis Redonnet. May I just add 1 or 2 points on top of what's already been said by Philippe Vérin, talking about securing a supply chain, particularly from third parties, because they're going to be part of the equation for a while yet. Let's not forget. If you look at the level of import dependency we have, we need to think about protecting our investments in those third countries. We need to think about protecting the trade flows which are involved, non-discrimination. Second point is that we need We need to think not only at domestic level or European level, we need to think also about other partnerships with, for example, the US. Within the Technology Council established by the Biden administration, it's important to think about the resilience of our value chains, collectively, our European chains and our US value chains. Where are we mutually interdependent? Where are we differently dependent, if you like, on China? It's important to have that exchange of views between the EU and the US at this stage, and that would be very much part of any strategy we need to have. When we get to adding value, industrially speaking, at different stages, we need to be able to protect that from distortions of competition, that's clear. And then the last point, or third point, with regard to sustainability, the batteries regulation, it talks about setting up standards. Fine. Little by little, well, the question will also arise of being able to actually enforce the application of those standards at European level, and that's much more difficult when you're talking about production standards rather than technical or product standards. The actors, that is, and that means market regulators, customs and so on, bulk up a bit in order to be able to properly oversee and enforce the legislation in force. Thank you. To what extent is innovation and recycling able to lessen our need for mined materials, critical raw materials, and how can we encourage companies to understand that? Hélène.
Yeah, that is a good question. Sorry, I need to get rid of this ear plug. So that is a good question, and obviously the starting point is with recycling that metal units can be basically used over and over again. So they basically do not vanish, and obviously that offers a lot of possibilities. And at the same time, obviously, now that we are facing a situation where the demand is growing so exponentially, and at the same time, it takes actually quite a long time for the materials to come back to the recycling because of the long use of, for example, EVs. I'm sure that it will actually take quite a lot of time before we will see a substantial amount of materials that really can. As a secondary materials influence the market conditions, but nevertheless, this is obviously important. At the same time, we also have questions around substitution, and I think that there is plenty of room for innovation. There are bio-based materials, for example, that can well be used in battery value chain, in anodes and separators and so forth. So there are a lot of possibilities, and I'm sure that, for example, this substitution is one of these themes where R&D work really needs to be continued.
Raúl Blanco Diaz.
Raúl Blanco Diaz, do you want to also respond to that question?
Oui, cette question et peut-être aussi.
Yes, that question, and perhaps also to the other questions that were raised. I just want to say that I am very much in agreement with my colleagues on the panel. I feel that we really have got to work based on our own experience. I think it's very clear what lies ahead of us. We've got a certain amount of experience, of course, as Mr. Šefčovič said, that working in the European Battery Alliance, for example, that was a real success for developing batteries in Europe, enabling us to manufacture our batteries in Europe. And now we have a great opportunity where the whole of the value chain for the electronic vehicles, as you said, can actually be kept in Europe. So in order to do that, we have to work at different levels. We've got to be able to work at a European level and at the local level, and at the European level. We've got to be able to interchange the way in which we're working to ensure that we inform the general public about how important these materials are, because without the general public behind us, we're not going to be able to make much progress in this type of investment. So we've got to try and work together to create a broader alliance within Europe and have us all working on, similar to the way in which we're working on critical raw materials and on batteries. We need to create these alliances more broadly and be able to make progress in other areas within the taxonomy so that we're able to incentivize investments in these areas. It's not possible for us to have this public-private partnership unless we have this awareness raising and we can actually attract this investment at European level. So we have got a rare opportunity today. I think in Spain, I can give you a good example. We have got a development project right now where we're trying to develop a lithium mines in the southwest of the country, in the Extremadura area, which will be connected to all of the companies of the Spanish car industry, and the European car industry is also going to be further connected to other lithium and recycling industries in Portugal. So we have a real opportunity here. We would be able to be autonomous and independent with that value chain concerning electronic vehicles and also hydrogen. And there are many other areas, many other value chains where we could actually achieve autonomy. So we have opportunities. We've got to work together at various levels. So as I said, at European level and at local level, because it's now. It's now. If we can actually catch up on China by 2030. We have so many plans for sustainable and responsible mining and extraction. We've got to start now, however. We've got to really start now. We cannot wait much longer, because otherwise we're not going to be able to catch up the delays that we have with our competitors. And of course, we talk about the technologies that we have in Europe. And I think the circular economy is an area in which we're very strong. We have got companies that are working within the circular economy. So I think it's very important that we work further on this right now. We've got to create alliances. We've got to work on primary raw materials. And we've got to ensure that we have supplies from the mining and extractive industry in Europe. Thank you very much. Thank you all for this high-quality debate. Now, in a few moments, we're going to be speaking to Christian Bouzoy, who is the chair of the ITRE committee at the European Parliament.
Christian Silviu Bouzoy, merci beaucoup.
Christian Silviu Bouzoy, thank you for joining us today. As I said, you are the chair of the ITRE committee at the European Parliament. And as far as you're concerned, the European Parliament must support strategic sectors to to ensure the future industrial development of Europe. And you put a stress on that. Thank you very much. Thank you all. It's a great honor for me to be present here with you today. It's very interesting for me to be here to participate in this opening conference of the French presidency. A stronger Europe for a more independent Europe. That is the motto for today's conference. And I'd like to start by thanking you for the invitation and for choosing this motto as the guiding words for the French presidency of the European Union. The recovery, strength, and a sense of belonging. These are the key words for the French presidency. And indeed, the industry has got to be part of that. The industry has got a key role to play in our economic recovery. It also ensures our resilience and future growth. But this is only possible if we have innovation as part of our industrial strategy, and if we get the correct financing and the correct regulatory framework to accompany this. The health crisis has opened our eyes. It has, as Mr. Le Maire said at the very beginning of this conference. And so we have got to reduce our dependencies outside the European Union for raw materials in critical sectors. And we've got to do more to ensure that our ecosystems and our critical industries are protected, such as the car industry, the energy sector, pharmaceutical sector, but without limiting ourselves to that, because all sectors are connected horizontally. We have to ensure that we're able to work together to remain competitive and achieve our climate ambitions. The European Union has got to support the development of sectors which are of strategic importance for the future of European industry. In my eyes, research and development are key and have a critical importance for industry such as the pharmaceutical sector, the car sector and the mobility sector, and also if we want to achieve the decarbonisation of our industries. And that is a cross-cutting measure for all sectors. At the very beginning of 2022, we are still talking about the Industry 4.0. Times are changing. We have new challenges. We have got more ambitions, greater ambitions, and now is the time for us to seriously discuss what we expect from Industry 5.0. Europe is one of the largest industrial powers of the world. We're one of the largest, we're the main trade partner for over 80 countries in the world, and we want more. We want to push this even further. The race for technologies is actually speeding up, and we see competition being even more difficult. We must make sure that Europe is fit for the challenges and that we can do this while respecting the environment. We need an industry which is going to be able to be in charge of the whole chain of value chain, from the components right to the final product, while also making sure that we have economies of scale and reduced costs for the consumers. Our industry is really got to be there's got to have it's got to be a area where we can create jobs at every level to make sure that our engineers are able to work and that our service providers, our professionals are able to work in Europe and contribute to a rebalancing of the the trade deficit that we have with many countries across the world. Our industry is going to have to push our economy towards innovative value chains. That is where the key lies for greater competitiveness. As we've got to involve public and private investors in transformative and innovative technologies for our future industry, so that we're able to succeed in our dual transition, the green transition and the digital transition. The green transition is already up and running, and that challenge was something that we embraced in Europe, and in particular in Europe, and my own country, Romania, has embraced this very happily. And we understand that it's a policy which is inclusive and which is going to provide advantages for all. It's something which is going to also strengthen our competitiveness. It's going to strengthen our industrial sectors. It's going to create jobs for tomorrow. And it's also going to enable us to create jobs and relieve the impacts of the transition. We also want to be leaders in the future production of batteries, electrolyzers, hydrogen, clean hydrogen. We want to champion all the technologies for carbon capture, and we also have got an important role to play in digital solutions for the smart grid. It's important that we're able to look at the green and digital objectives at the same time, because these are both interconnected. All of these objectives have got to be looked at together and dealt with in new projects for our industry. I'm in favour of being ambitious, so is the European Parliament. Our committee, the ITRE committee that I preside over in the European Parliament, is behind these efforts. But we've got to be realistic. We've got to make sure that our industry is able to cooperate and achieve our ambitions with a just equilibrium between with the public expenses, and especially at this difficult period of transition, the economic the economic recovery has been difficult across the world. We've talked about the importance of the critical raw materials for all of our in all of our economies. We've talked about many products which are in short supply in France, in my own country, Romania, and across Europe. We've seen through the crisis how difficult it is because of such dependencies. I can give you some examples. From the pharmaceutical environment, for example, also lithium for our batteries, semiconductors for our cars. These shortages have had an impact upon all of our economies. So we need to be able to produce what we can. We need to recycle as well. This was there's an interesting comment about this in the last round table. It's also important that we diversify our sources and create a capacity within Europe in strategic domains. We cannot be isolated. That's not going to help our economy to become more competitive. We've got to be more autonomous and less dependent. I also believe that some areas of production depend very much on raw materials. We mentioned already the car industry, etc. And this can affect some countries more strongly than others, and it can be difficult at a national level. But we've got to also reduce the risk of dependence on a single country, such as China. We've got to try and diversify, finding new suppliers. We've also got to think about how we can act to increase reciprocity in our trade agreements with third countries. The pharmaceutical industry employs some 800,000 in Europe, and many of these, 125,000, are working in research and development. Investment is some 39 billion euros in pharmaceuticals, and that contributes to more than 1 billion euros in the 100 billion euros in the economy of Europe. And these jobs require a solid and stable political framework and a pharmaceutical strategy, industrial strategy, which will guarantee that Europe will remain competitive faced with the intense competition from across the globe. This is the moment to see where the new innovation is going to come. I'm hoping that Europe will not be outside these new waves of innovation. These discussions have are ongoing now in all of the critical sectors where innovation, development, and where innovation is actually taking place. This is where we need to be active. It's important for employment, it's important for resilience, and it's important for economic growth and for a stronger industry for a Europe which is more independent. So at the end of the day, I can reassure you that there is going to be strong support from the European Parliament and the committee that I am president of within the European Parliament. There will be strong support to advance with a strong industrial policy for Europe, an ambitious policy for Europe. And I am convinced that France, a great country for Europe and in the world, with its vocation to be very much European, with its ambitious strategic vision, with its experience and its knowledge of the French industry and the role of the French industry across the world, is going to contribute to creating a prosperous and competitive European industry for the future. Thank you. Thank you, Christian Silvio Bousseau. Thank you very much for that, those comments. We're now going to move towards the third round table. The third round table, which is going to be looking at what can we do for the critical sectors of industry. How can we improve their situation?
Merci à tous de me rejoindre.
Thank you all for joining me. So, I have Ambros Fayon from the European Investment Bank. I've also got Miko Yutori, who's the Executive Director of Merix. I've also got Benoît Potier with me, Chairman and Chief Executive Officer of Air Liquide, and In Portugal, coming in from Portugal, we have Fernanda Diaz, who's the Director General for Economic Activities, Portuguese Ministry for Economic and Digital Transition. And from Germany, we have Markus Steilmann, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Covestro. Now, I did remind you, the theme for this third roundtable is what can be done for the critical ecosystems and sectors in Europe. Let's start with Ambroise Fayol from the European Investment Bank. What were you inspired by this theme? Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the invitation. First of all, let me perhaps make a comment about the role of the European Investment Bank and what exactly we are. We are the Bank of the European Union, so we're a public institution, and we finance European projects, projects of European interest. We've been doing this for over 4 sectors and over decades, mainly infrastructure projects, in fact. And we also finance environmental projects, SMEs, and innovation. But it's in particular, it's mainly through innovation that the EIB is actually active in industry. So we have some 15 billion euros per year invested over the last couple of years, and in 2021 we actually saw an increase to 18 billion euros for projects in Europe, which were brought to us by industrial companies, industrial-based companies. We've seen 2 major changes, which I think also are linked to the debate that we're having today, which touches on economic independence or strategic autonomy. And this is something which was also debated at the European Commission, where we were asked to finance not just the larger research projects, but also we were asked this time to look at smaller projects for younger companies, and that are smaller companies, more startups, and that has enabled us to expand our portfolio of loans quite considerably. And the second revolution for us was that we changed the European Investment Bank, so with the European Union Bank, to it was changed into the Climate Bank, and that is something which occurred at the end of 2020. This was a change that meant that we were able to develop new objectives, quantitative and qualitative, that we were able to actually develop and have more financing from the EIB in climate projects. And we were able also to look more at the quality of our investments and make sure that we aligned all of our projects and all of our participations. We were making sure that everything was in alignment with the Paris agreements. And if I can just say another word, I just wanted to say that one of the most important things here, one of the main objectives for us with this change of tack, was that if we're looking at the question of a European strategic autonomy, what does that mean for the general public? Well, for us, it means we have got to finance more projects which are from younger companies or younger projects, early stage projects as they call them, but also projects which cannot be financed by private funding, but trying also to get the private sector to come into projects that we're financing. So we're not trying to replace the private sector, but we're trying to attract the private sector into what we're doing. And that was a good practice that we developed. We have one project, for example, the Northvolt project in Sweden, which was a project which was at a demonstration stage at the outset. It was developed with the European Commission. They'd put some 50 million euros into it, and then we actually financed the creation of the factory. It's for electric batteries, and we then actually were able to come along with a loan to actually set up the factory. It was very important, and that's important also as far as strategic autonomy is concerned. We're developing a lot of portfolio for loans in strategic areas, so health, semiconductors. We've got a big project as well, which was agreed on just last month for STM. And we are also working on projects. We're very interested in projects of the type that we have in Belgium, which is called Stylanol, which is using, within the steel industry, it's using exhaust gases, which is being transformed into bioethanol. So that type of project, I think that's very important. This is actually something which will enable us to achieve not only our green goals or our climate change goals, but also contributes to strategic autonomy and activity within the European Union. Thank you.
Directeur général.
We have with us now Olivier Gerson, who is Director General from the European Commission. Competition policy, targeted investment is vital for all of this, but the real issue at stake is to be found elsewhere. The European Union, this is what you say, has to have structural conditions that back its own competitiveness. Yes, thank you, and I do apologize for being rather late. It gave Vice President Fayolle the opportunity to open this roundtable. I think we all agree on what we see. The COVID pandemic has shown up a lot of critical areas, vulnerabilities, and we have to act. It's not enough just to diagnose the problem. These difficulties have been around for a long time. They go back a long time. They've been revealed by the crisis, and to a certain extent, the fact that the Trump administration was somewhat more brutal than that before and that after it. But at the end of the day, these are structural difficulties concerning the European economy. If we take an example of an industry that's more critical than the average, in other words, vaccines, I think this is a good illustration of what I'm saying. Without vaccinations, well, I mean, on vaccinations, Europe was good in terms of research, but the intelligence in the vaccines is actually very largely European, if we include our UK friends as well. Whether we take BioNTech or Moderna, let me remind you that it's led by a French doctor, AstraZeneca as well. These vaccines were all developed in terms of their intelligence in Europe. Where we were not so good is in the scaling up. Moderna, when there was a need to take things further, they went to the United States. It's like another area in the Swedes and Spotify. I'll come to that later. BioNTech, what did they do? They joined forces with Pfizer. So that's the situation. And then in the face of the emergency, we managed to very quickly bring back a production base to Europe that had, in the meantime, disappeared. So I think this is significant. I'm talking about vaccines, but you could say the same for other sectors as well. What lessons can be drawn from this? First of all, the priority for competitiveness, for resilience of the critical areas in Europe is to have favorable, encouraging, positive economic conditions so that companies see an interest in remaining in Europe. And the challenge is to make sure that those companies understand that it's in their interest to innovate here on our territory rather than elsewhere. And we have to work on innovation policies, competence, training, education, investment, access to capital, tax policies, structural reforms, and so on and so forth. And once you've run through all of this, I mean, it sounds rather tedious, admittedly, just running it off. I mean, it's admittedly complicated when there are 27 of us. And for many of these areas also, there is no community competence, similar to the problem we had in pharmaceuticals. It had to be invented in a crisis emergency. And there are problems as regards the unanimity issue, and we don't make any progress. Tax policy, for instance. And when there is that problem, things get complicated because the member states have difficulty looking beyond their own individual interests and thinking in terms of collective interests, which it never maximizes the individual interests, it's true, but If we take a look at what's happened as regards the banking union for 6 or 7 years, things have been blocked, and that's what happens elsewhere as well. Or things become excessively complex as regards overly sophisticated compromises that actually don't work for companies. So there's a lot of work to be done here at community level. First of all, there has to be an awareness, and I have to say that the pandemic is a huge problem, but it's also an opportunity because there's increasing awareness emerging. We're starting to see the results. We've managed to react in targeted fashion efficiently in Europe in the crisis situation, but we had our backs against the wall, as I've already said. And this has been done with a budgetary price for all of our economies, for the Union, that was massive. I mean, it was on 750 billion, that's the debt. I mean, we can do it, it's a one-off, we can't do it again. And also, it's to do with our failure to set up the structural elements of attractiveness beforehand. It's always more expensive to relocate an industry with state aid than when you prevent it from leaving in the first place through an intelligent policy. But this requires the consensus that has so far been missing. Clearly, it'll always be necessary to, if you take areas where there's no competitive edge, for instance, that's clearly defined within the Union, but where we have strategic interest, it's to subsidize companies if they really want to produce on our territory. But for most of the examples that you can take, and for most cases, it's cheaper and it's more sustainable to have structural policies that are intelligent policies. So that's my main message, really. Competition policy is, of course, part and parcel of the structural cross-cutting policy and can't be removed from this debate. And it adapts. I don't know whether you know, but for a couple of years now, the European Commission under Madame Vestager has been taking a look at all of the rules, all of the competition rules. A few weeks ago, for instance, we published a draft guideline on state aid to the environment and energy, which is really new. And to summarize very succinctly, it'll be easier to give state aids to investments that are helping us move towards the 2050 carbon-free or carbon neutrality, and be more difficult to grant state aid to investments with a high carbon level. That's just one example among many. So in this adaptation, there are three things that I could perhaps say. First of all, there's a question of checking the effectiveness of our public subsidies in Europe. Verifications of the state aids established by the treaty, and we have someone in charge of that. And the European legislator is there to check the public subsidies from foreign sources, non-European, because that's what was missing in our toolbox. We were checking what was happening as regards subsidies granted by the member states, but no control was exerted over state aid, public aid from third countries to their companies, even if it affected the situation of competition on a single market in Europe. And what we want to do is put an end to that. And then secondly, and this is something that the Minister referred to at the start this afternoon, we've got the IPCEIs, and that's really very important, because it means that if there is a market failure, if the market doesn't allow us to reach our targets in terms of strategic independence, together, all of us, or several member states, with a corporate ecosystem, we can give ourselves the projects that are necessary to make good these shortcomings. You know that we've got later projects on batteries already approved by the Commission, with several dozen gigafactories by 2030. Part of this is publicly funded. We've got 2 on hydrogen, Very important. There are more than 100 projects, actually, that are currently being examined by the DG that I represent. It's very important for the competitiveness of European industry, obviously. And if you take things a little bit further down the road, we've got health projects. It's another critical domain. And what we call the cloud. I mean, in French, we use that term as well. Anyhow, the European cloud. These IPCIs, as we call them, I mean, the acronym's not great, but anyhow, that's the official name. It's difficult to change it if it's laid down by the treaty. It's a tool, anyhow. It's not a policy. It's a tool. And that's what has to be understood. It's the competition policy tool that makes it possible to adapt when you have a policy. It's not instead of industrial policy. It's an implementation tool. I see that one of my colleagues in the Senate said that there was no competition between competition policy and industrial policy. Well, that's true, but provided you have the right tools. Thank you very much. Miko, you are the Executive Director of MERIX. You are interested in the competitive environment surrounding the European industrial policy, how China is trying to control industrial ecosystems, and how Europe can respond.
Thank you for the invitation. Indeed, as Europe's largest China research institute, we very much look at the basic conditions of China's impact on Europe. And I want to start by three observations about the role of China and how dramatically it has changed, and indicators for that with regard to European competitiveness. And if you just look at high-tech exports as one indicator, at capital flows and the way how China links with European R&D ecosystems, and then finally at indigenous innovation strength in China, it is quite dramatic, the change that we've witnessed over the past years and decades indeed. China today accounts for 25% of global high-tech exports. That is dramatically more than Germany or France alone. It is roughly the same level that the United States had in the 1990s. Today, Germany accounts for 5.5% of high-tech exports. 7 of 10 leading high-tech export countries are from Asia and not from Europe, indeed. So I think this change in itself makes quite a different picture for European competitiveness as we move forward. The second is capital, and I find it quite remarkable to see how we've seen a change in the way how China has been trying to secure access to high technology in Europe, but now what we actually see is the paradox of decoupling. We see more localization in China. We see European R&D flowing increasingly into China, and less of that FDI picture flowing into Europe, as we've seen in the past. So it's a different and changing trajectory at the moment. And finally, I find it extremely important to understand the strength of indigenous innovation in China, which is quite dramatically different from just a few years ago. If you look at a recent study by the World Intellectual Property Organization that now lists China as the 12th ranked innovative country in the world, and actually it's France and Germany who are the next countries to be overtaken by China in exactly that index. So with regard to exports, capital flows and innovation strength, we are in a fundamentally different world now than we've been just 5 to 10 years ago. And we need to understand the source of the strength and the weaknesses of Chinese approaches in that world. And very clearly what we have to recognize is that China is an innovation mercantilist. It is basically the IPCIs, the IPCIE, as a structural feature, not just as a project. You have the integration capacity, you have the way that has been described earlier, system integrating function of industrial policy, innovation policy in one hand in China. And this poses fundamental challenges to us. And we have to understand that top-level steering approach in China creates effective innovation competition, not necessarily efficient innovation competition. But it is a long-term challenge for Europeans that we have to face. Now, we could go into details of sectoral specifics, etc., but I want to leave it at that and get back to you later.
Merci beaucoup, Miku.
Thank you very much, Miku. Benoît Potier, Chairman and CEO of Air Liquide. Hydrogen, according to you, is already part and parcel of the strategies of most of the large countries in the world. So what's at issue is not to justify its role in the energy mix, but to say how it can be a lever in order to accelerate energy transition. Yes, indeed. Thank you for having raised this issue. I'm very keen on talking about this. As a company, we're involved in several value chains: health, semiconductors, space, quantics, energy, many other sectors as well. So we're following everything that's happening in the world through what's happening in these different value chains. Now, hydrogen is your question. I don't think there's any need to recall the role that can be played by hydrogen in the energy transition. It's both a tremendous opportunity and also a lever. It's a lever to decarbonize industries in general, and also to store energy, which obviously is of concern for the entire planet, because intermittent energies, by definition, are not going to be there all the time. What we've seen over the last few years, particularly since COVID, is that there's been a tremendous acceleration. We've identified more than 500 projects that have been decided on by industries, $160 billion or euros involved, which is not much on the scale of hydrogen, but shows already the commitment on the part of industry. And with this acceleration, and this is something that we don't necessarily see immediately, there's a twofold approach. There's providing hydrogen for decarbonization, and that actually only comes as the second stage. The first stage is capturing carbon, including it in existing processes. The Silenol example was given in Europe, and that's what we're seeing because it's the most urgent issue. So I would be tempted to say that the next 10 years, 2020, 2030, that decade is going to be the carbon capture decade. And at the same time, and this is the issue here, hydrogen will come to the fore. So we have to be able to deal with the two at the same time. In this respect, Europe is in a very good position. We've got a huge number of players present on all technologies. And there's another advantage. We've taken the lead. The Green Deal is a huge lead that Europe has taken in the environmental concerns. So we have pretty much what we need. What we need now is an orchestration of the resources that we have at our hands. Now, in this orchestration, obviously the private role is going to play an important role, but the public-private combination is going to be important too, for regulations, for standardization, and for financing. We need to talk to each other. We need to involve public and private sectors to succeed. And then, if I may, I'd like to turn to a second point as well, and that's the conditions of the rollout of hydrogen in Europe. All too often we hear mention made of production and electrolysis. Let me just say that the market will not just be developing because we have production means, electrolyzers. We have to structure the entire chain. Demand has to come as well. We have to create the markets at the same time as we're creating the technologies. So in everything that's being done at European level, by the Parliament and the private sector as well, we need both. You were talking about the IPCEIs. They're fantastic tools. We love them. But we haven't yet managed to get a taste of them because they're not yet implemented. And if you don't mind, I'd really like to stress that point. We, industry, have prepared things a good year back. We submitted our dossiers close on a year back. And I think it was in March, so it's almost a year, 9 months, okay. But we're ready to take decisions. Tomorrow we could decide on major projects of several million for a company such as ours. We're ready for that. And we have a competitive edge as compared with the rest of the world because of the Green Deal and because of European reflection. And it would be a great pity to lose that competitive advantage because it takes another 6, 12 or 18 months for the implementation. So there's a real problem in terms of timing and the decisions that have to be taken as regards the IPCEIs. The IPCEIs were made more restrictive recently in order to guarantee the competition rules. And I think that's something that we have to give thought to, because to launch a market, you have perhaps to authorize more to begin with and restrict later on rather than do the other way around. If you've got too much restriction to begin with, that will put a brake on things and might even prevent certain markets from developing. That is what we have been seeing in the field.
Discussion européenne.
Just one last point again on European matters. These IPCEIs are not the only tools, of course. We have the Innovation Fund, which is also quite significant. Some decisions have been made, and we would like to welcome the recent decisions that have been made. And just to illustrate what I was saying earlier, as far as we are concerned, it was mainly for CO2 capture and the implementation of these collective projects before hydrogen, which just supplements what I was saying, that first we will talk about decarbonization and then hydrogen will follow. Thank you. Before I give the floor to Fernando Diaz, I'd just like to give the floor back to Olivier Gerson to answer this point raised by Benoît Potier. Well, he's right. He's right. The problem with IPCEIs are they were a victim of their success. The member states had decided that there wouldn't be any increase in human resources. So that means we have to go and find resources in-house from other departments because there is zero growth of human resources, unfortunately. The Commission has adapted to this and we have had an increase of 300% with no change in human resources as far as work is concerned, because there are so many projects. We have EPCI batteries, EPCI hydrogen, the cloud, etc., etc. So the IPCIs have doubled, and I have to go and look for resources elsewhere. You know, I've done away with the unit, taking care of other issues because I wanted to use them, and it's still just 20 people. So it's a Herculean task. We're trying to do what we can with the resources available, but I agree with you, there is indeed a bottleneck here. We'll try to do as much as possible. Believe me, the situation will not last for very long. And at the same time, we really want to move ahead with these IPCEIs in general, so we really need to make sure that additional resources are provided for them to actually kick off. We are trying to do more and more with the same amount of resources, and unfortunately we're paying the price for that. Thank you very much for answering this question raised by Benoît Potier. And now let's move to Fernando Diaz, who is the Director General for Economic Activities, Portuguese Ministry for Economy and Digital Transition. Portugal has been working since very long on these critical industries within the European Union. So what has actually taken place in a nutshell? Thank you very much. I'm going to speak in English, but before that, I'd like to thank the French presidency for inviting me to participate in this conference. I will switch to English now.
The homologues of the Direction Générale des Entreprises in France. So we are involved in the work of the competitiveness minister at the EU level. And in the past, what we saw is that with globalization, Western economies decided to relocate their production to countries with lower manufacturing costs. But and even if at the political level the decision otherwise would be made, then for financial and economic reasons, they weighed more in most cases, and it paid more to import from countries such as Southeast Asia than producing in Europe. So we ended up by being, Europe became essentially a services-oriented region. Until now, so I've heard some of the previous speakers say that the COVID-19 pandemic forced European leaders to realize that they did not have the ability to manufacture very basic and very necessary items. So then the key of industry is indeed the key to a future which will involve the recovery of our strategic autonomy, and industry is the response to Europe's competitiveness and growth strategy. So these ecosystems that now are organized as such is the result of the work that has been done. And I would like to stress that last year, the European Commission, when it published the update of the industrial strategy, it identified 137 products in which the EU can be considered highly dependent on imports from third countries. So in 137 products. And these are mainly raw and processed materials and also chemicals. And they come mainly from China, from Vietnam, and from Brazil. So we have this assessment already well done, and ministers discussed this for a long time already. So now we have the awareness that industrialization should be able to respond to these disruptions from the point of view of strategic autonomy. And I'm speaking of impacting sectors like the energy, raw materials, access to some basic elements of the pharmaceutical industry, hydrogen, like just the previous speaker was saying, semiconductors and batteries. But I would like to stress what we are doing already at the level of governments, because I would like to give this perspective in this conference as well. In Portugal, for example, we have, of course, the National Recovery and Resilience Plan, which forces many initiatives that are oriented into bringing back this autonomy. For example, we have an initiative called Mobilizing Agendas for Business Innovation, and in which government will finance projects aimed to improve industrial production oriented to more exports, to more industrial specialization and additional skills for people. So it also brings together the scientific and technological institutions in Portugal and industry. So this is important. Some other initiatives financed by our Recovery and Resilience Plan are, for example, initiatives to decarbonize industry. And so this is in line with the economic strategy for growth of the European Commission and of all the EU on the digital and green transition. But I would like to say that last year, Portugal held the rotating EU presidency for the Council of Ministers. And I brought you an image with a cartoon. I don't know if you can project the cartoon now, which portrays one of the ministers' discussions. And this cartoon shows exactly the discussion on the same topic of the strategic autonomy in an open European Union. And all member states participated in this discussion with their perspective to what they see. And so Europe needs to truly assess the value chains in which it must lead or in which it has conditions to lead. For example, in the green energy transition, where Europe is well positioned. And I'm talking about the value chains of renewable energy or batteries or electric cars, driving networks, control systems, etc. I'm also speaking about the digital transition, and Europe needs to be able to produce fundamental equipment such as supercomputers to be at the forefront in terms of data processing capacity. We have in Europe a joint undertaking for European high-performance computing, which paves the way for the development of the next generation of supercomputers in Europe. And once again, Portugal is one of the countries chosen to host one of these supercomputers that will serve the future European network. And there are huge potentialities with this, from artificial intelligence and biomedical engineering or fight against climate change. But to do this, we need, for example, also to have data clouds. We have to have our own data clouds. Without them, we are facing, again, a fundamental strategic disruption. And also, I would like to say that, once again, governments, last year, there was a project with unifying a group of member states in Europe that launched the European Atlantic Data Platform. And for example, Portugal is one landing point for the Atlantic Gateway for a submarine cable. When we say that the data is in the cloud, well, the cloud is in the submarine cable at the bottom of the ocean. And we linked this to Portugal. So we are now connected. The European continent is connected to Africa and to South America through this cable. Germany is part of this project, and it is building a new European data infrastructure project. It's called the Gaia X project. And for example, Slovenia is the host of the International Research Center on Artificial Intelligence under the auspices of UNESCO. So this is to give you another example of what Europe is already doing and what governments are already, how they are cooperating already. So in my view, to be successful, we need absolutely to preserve two things. A strong and resilient single market, because only with the single market we are more strong, we are stronger, we have 450 million people instead of national markets, so we are much stronger. And secondly, we need to have cooperation among member states, because only with cooperation this will function. And so we need major investment in infrastructure, in science and innovation, qualified human resources, because this is a very important part. And of course, we need to favor an ecosystem for innovation. Like the previous speakers were saying, we need to promote the conditions for business and entrepreneurs to be able to produce here. I remember that last year I invited a Portuguese woman, which is an entrepreneur developing her enterprise in the USA, and she's about to become the next unicorn, so a $1 billion company. She's a Portuguese woman doing it in the USA, and she came to our debate in Europe, and she told us that what we need to work on is the financing, the tax systems, which are very diverse, and we need to tackle cooperation among member states, but we need to cut bureaucracy and red tape in Europe. Like somebody was saying before, the timings and the decision-taking needs to be quicker. So governments need to deal with these barriers. And this culture of risk needs to be set up here in Europe and not go otherwise to the US or to Asia. But none of this is strange to the member states. Even the Commission came up in September last year with a very interesting strategic foresight report. And this strategic foresight report sets out the areas in which the EU can strengthen its open strategic autonomy and its global leadership. And so we know already which areas these are: climate change, digital hyperconnectivity and technological transformations, pressure on governance models and democratic values, and changes in the world order and demography. As we see it in Portugal, and as our Minister of Economy sees it, we link industrial policy with trade policy and with competition policy. This is all linked together. On industrial policy, we are working in the 14 priority ecosystems for Europe. We are working, and Portugal is actively participating in the transition pathways. The transition pathways prepare the way towards the green and digital transitions, and it will impact all sectors. We are already alerting business associations in Portugal for this change and what needs to be done. Right now, we have 2 consultation processes at EU level that are open until the end of February for the construction sector and for the social economy sector. So if anyone wants to contribute to this discussion, they can do it. They can go to the public consultation on these transition pathways. So at the moment, these 2, for the construction sector and for social economy, are open. But for each transition pathway, for each sector, there will be public consultations to be open. Then on trade policy, we have a series of instruments. We have the International Public Procurement Instrument that envisages to ensure a level playing field in accessing public markets in third countries. Then we have the Foreign Direct Investment Screening Regulation, which allows member states to better analyze operations and coordinate their actions on foreign direct investment among themselves and with the EU. We have a new instrument that is now also under negotiation, which is the Anti-Coercion Instrument. This instrument will allow, this proposal will allow the EU to combat economic coercion imposed by third countries on European member states. So it will also be an important instrument to this level playing field. And we have a regulation on foreign subsidies that distort competition, as was mentioned already. And finally, on competition policy, the Director General already mentioned that a review of the competition policy tools with an unprecedented scope and ambition is underway. So this all is being done, and a lot of groups, a lot of committees have been set up. Just to mention 1 or 2, the Single Market Enforcement Task Force, where I participate, and the design of the Single Market Emergency Instrument. This will help to respond to the supply chain disruptions and to the possible future shortages in the short and medium term. So we are already foreseeing a permanent instrument for this. And of course, we have the financing that is underneath all these projects, the recovery and resilience mechanisms, and as well the programs under the multi-annual financial framework. So to conclude, I would just like to stress that we need to act in cooperation. We need to promote the good functioning of the single market. And like the IEB was saying, it should be noted that investment must not only be public, but also private. However, we know that it's clear that the public investment policies are a fundamental catalyst for private investment. And the IPCIs, much has already been said in this conference about that. Well, they are a useful instrument, but they need to be inclusive. They need to have spillover effects for the whole of the EU. Otherwise, it will be very micro, and the benefits will only benefit some member states and not all member states. And that's not what we wanted. So we need to involve our SMEs in these IPCEIs, and of course, we need to also accompany the discussions in March. In March, there's going to be a very relevant meeting on the 10th and 11th of March of the European Council. It's an extraordinary meeting of the European Council where the heads of state and government will discuss a new growth model for the European Union. So we should pay attention to what is being prepared.
Merci beaucoup, Fernanda Diaz.
Thank you very much, Fernanda Diaz. Let's head in the direction of Germany now and hear from Markus Steilemann, who is the Chief Executive Officer of Covestro. For you, Markus Steilemann, it's important to understand what we mean by a more autonomous Europe. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you very much also to the French presidency for having me on this very distinguished panel, and also thank you very much also to all my co-panelists, my very distinguished co-panelists, for the great speeches and also topics that all of them have raised. It's a big challenge actually to speak last at such a panel, because almost everything has been said, but not by everyone. So I try to focus now in my key statement on a few items. First, I think that Europe is more than the sum of its industries, and I would like to elaborate a little bit on that one. I also believe that chemicals and plastics play a crucial role for climate neutral as well as competitive Europe. And last but not least, and it has been mentioned here and there, we have a need for strong innovation policies that enable the raw material transition that has been mentioned now by numerous speakers, and has just been addressed also by Fernanda in her speech just before I got the chance to talk to you. So supporting all these three topics to me is essential to really make progress. What does it mean? I think we need to strengthen the strengths of Europe, which is focusing on the Green Deal. We have to make Europe more autonomous, as has been said by numerous speakers, by focusing on its unique characteristic and the sweet spots in Europe. And I believe one of the unique selling propositions of Europe is that the entire industry and the entire markets, the sum is more than just a single strong industries like a chemical, automotive, or a pharmaceutical industry. I think it is the attractiveness of our values and visions, and most of all, the monumental project of becoming the first climate neutral continent, while at the same time preserving and building an even stronger conglomerate of industries. There's great ideas like this that make the difference and help Europe prevail in the geoeconomic arena. And for that purpose, I believe we can, no, actually we must make Europe the global forerunner in shaping a truly sustainable future. Climate neutral, circular throughout, and also hence more resilient than ever. Politics, society, and core industries should therefore rally behind this great goal, and this could also open up new opportunities to reduce external dependencies that have been addressed by numerous of my distinguished co-panelists. So what does it mean in particular, for example, for the chemical industry? I believe the chemical industry is crucial for Europe's transition. The chemicals and plastics has been dubbed numerous times as the mother of all industries. And just imagine, currently chemical products or products of the chemical industry are present in 95% of all manufactured goods in Europe. Plastics, in particular, make our world greener, smarter, healthier, and more comfortable, which goes a little bit against the public current opinion and also what you can read across the huge media coverage of plastics. But let me remind you, they help securing nutrition and improve the health of hundreds of millions of people and of the growing world population. They contribute to increasing the well-being and living standards of billions of people. They drive also climate action in core areas like energy, no wind farms without plastics, no photovoltaics, mobility, no electrical vehicles without plastics, and construction, no energy efficient or net zero buildings without plastics. And therefore, we can only become more sustainable and resilient with an extended use of plastics. However, and now I come to the third point, we have to say goodbye to fossil carbon, and we need to prompt a materials revolution for that. In particular, I believe that chemical and plastics industry can and is already paving the way for a climate-neutral industrial production. The energy transition must run at the same speed and therefore must be complemented by the transition of the raw material basis. What would that mean? We need to get rid of fossil carbon, switching to renewable carbon, for example, biomass, carbon dioxide, as well as waste. For example, carbon capture and utilization, we have already many products available, as well as very encouraging research and development insights that you can produce highly effective insulation material for buildings to make them energy neutral, also parts of cars and other things based on carbon dioxide as a feedstock. There's also huge industry conversion going on, for example, by using across industry value streams as key raw material streams, for example, exhaust gas from steel companies as a feedstock for chemical plants. So you see there's an extremely promising perspective, and combining all these alternative materials and renewable energy can yield a real net zero emission plastics, even at lower cost to today's conventional production. And therefore, I believe, and allow me to go one further step into detail, there's many opportunities for Europe to become a global hub of sustainable future technologies. But there's a few things we need to do right. First thing is, make circular economy one of the guiding principles in the European Union, driven by renewable carbon. Crucial for this is that we totally revisit the last century respective legislation on recycling and include on eye level future-oriented new technologies, for example, like chemical recycling. We have great momentum here in research and development. We have also great commitments of investment, and therefore we need to make sure that chemical recycling gets accepted, that the methodology of mass balance also for this gets accepted, and also at least in Europe, that we have, like with many other goods, a free market, not for waste, but for raw materials that get a second, third, fourth, and in the end of the day, an eternal life also within Europe. Because that would also lead towards further resilience for Europe. And that's why I also highly welcome the investment plan France 2030, where it has been announced that 500 million euros for innovative recycling will be supported and will also be subsidized in a sense. I hope that this could be replicated everywhere in every country as well as at EU level. I would also welcome a political signal during the French presidency in support and strong support of chemical recycling, for example, at the next Competitiveness Council. And most important is, please recognize chemical recycling output as an equivalent to mechanical recycling. Please let me sum it up in a nutshell. A strong industry for a stronger Europe. Make Europe stronger by focusing on its unique strengths, especially in green technologies, and therefore maximize our autonomy and minimize dependencies. And a strong industry is crucial for this, and also ready to meet its responsibility. That's what I at least can say for the entire European chemical industry. And therefore, in particular, for the European chemical sector, there will be a comprehensive transition pathway, and we will kick it off in the next month. And here the goal is how our sector can achieve the Green Deal objectives. Thanks a lot.
Merci beaucoup, Marcus.
Thank you, Markus Steilmann. Stay on the line, and we will now move on to the Q&A session. The first one has been asked by Jean-Marc Aulagnier, who is the CEO of Europe for Accenture. Do we need to adjust the European competition rules in order to enable us to implement an industrial sovereignty policy in Europe? Markus Steilmann, do you have an opinion in response to that question?
Sorry, I'm not sure. I got only half of the question during the translation. I'm not sure. Can you just repeat the second part? Because I think I missed the second part. I'm very sorry.
Je vais demander à Olivier Guersan.
Maybe Olivier Guersan has an answer to that question.
The question was, should we adapt the competition rules more in order to allow for an industrial policy in Europe? Eh bien, ma réponse ne va pas vous surprendre.
Well, my answer is not going to surprise you. We are in the process of adjusting competition policy. As Commissioner Breton is here with us, so I'll repeat something he said many times. There's no really contradiction between industrial policy and competition policy, because an industrial policy requires competition, and competition requires an industrial policy. So competition is a tool in public policy. It's not an objective. It's a tool by which we achieve objectives, and therefore it can be adjusted, adapted under the constraints of the time. One of the constraints we're under now is different from 10 years ago. We said earlier we are adjusting competition policy in the most significant way since it's existed, because the markets and the general conditions have changed. So, like all legal standards, competition law can change, but we don't change it every single time you change political representatives. Clearly, there are things you can't allow. You can't allow cartels. You can't allow illegal bung taking and so on, but above and beyond the things which are completely outlawed, that we can have a competition policy which serves our general objectives in terms of industrial policy, and it's something that we're trying to do across the board. Now, concerning my department, and we published a communiqué late last year in this vein. I think we're pretty much where we want to be with regard to the three major objectives the Commission has. One, make a succession of the digital transition, make a success of the transition to a low-carbon economy, and create a more resilient economy in Europe. And those are really three sides of the same problem, to be honest. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Let's move on to the next question. How can we encourage European companies to invest in strategic ecosystems if their business model is actually jeopardized or threatened by unfair competition practice from global competitors? Mikko Hotai.
Well, that's quite clear, and I think we had Denis Redonné earlier on the stage here. We need to have our economic security and trade defense practices in place. I think the European Union has made a lot of progress on this front in the past years. At the same time, it is also a question about playing offense, and quite clearly the types of competition that we are facing, for instance with China, but also with other countries across the world, differ from industry to industry. So there's no one-size-fits-all approach to that. When you talk about quantum and cloud systems, you have a civil-military integration perspective to it. When you have hydrogen or biotech, it is a question about talent and capital. So nature of competition is quite different. The types of support that industry need is different. But the defensive side of things, I think, is quite clearly in place and growing quite rapidly across Europe already.
Fernanda Diaz, est-ce que vous voulez répondre à cette question?
Fernanda Diaz, can you answer that question? How can we encourage European companies to invest in strategic ecosystems if their own business model is threatened by unfair practice from global competitors?
Already in my initial intervention, I tackled some of these of the information I could present here. So, like the previous speaker just said, trade defense instruments are, of course, one way. We should use them not in a protectionist purpose, but we should use it to create this level playing field. And I must tell you that Portugal has already benefited from anti-dumping measures in some of its industries, so they are useful to that purpose. I also would say that we need this coherence, and we need the transition. I think the transition pathways, which are it's the work now under development, must take into consideration the coherence between the different strategies. We need to tackle this globally. So we need to tackle all the difficulties that that businesses report to us in setting up their businesses here, and we need to work it out globally in a common view. So I think that our leaders should really focus on this. And of course, the instruments like the IPCEIs, so the IPCEIs, well, this should be used when there are market failures. It's not a common instrument to be used, I would say. I think that they should be collectively done with benefiting the whole of the European Union, like I said. So we have to bring along, we have to take into consideration the differences between member states, the differences between industries, where we are and at which point we are in each member state. Otherwise, we will be not building a strong Europe and unified Europe. And I think that we all will benefit much more if we indeed work on that.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. The next question. What new tools and leverage do we need to develop an industry which serves the green transition in Europe? Ambroise Fayol? Well, I think what we need is a combination of things. First of all, an ambition. We have that at European level. And instruments. And these need a combination of instruments or tools whereby we can focus on specific sectors which are particularly crucial for strategic autonomy, for example, microprocessors or other. We need to be able to develop specific solutions and instruments in those sectors with lending, with grants, coming from the public sector, coming from the private sector, and particularly in the early stages where the technology still needs to be developed, where it's not yet mature, and in that early stage you need a greater facility in accessing public resources, and as you get later down the line to more mature technologies and which are more marketable propositions in their own right, then we should be depending on the private sector more, with leveraging the private sector's contribution as much as possible. I mean, the public sector's role is to act as a lever, is to say, into saying, well, we guarantee you against losses in the first instance, and for every €1 we invest in that, then that should give us an overall return on investment of something like 10. Let's say a factor to 1 to 10. That's the role of, I think, of the public sector. One point on European companies. Today we released our annual investment survey. One of the important, interesting points to note from the 2021 survey is that European businesses, much more so than American firms, are really committed to goals and targets in terms of climate change. I think that's a source of great hope in terms of making a success of the green transition. Michael Steinmann, do you perhaps have a contribution on that subject in response to that question?
It's a little bit of pity because I always get say, well, you have some additional questions, but whenever I'm asked, actually, my microphone is on, so I can't hear the translator. So if somebody could help me actually to get the question, that's a technical challenge I currently have.
De quel nouveau levier avons-nous besoin?
So what fresh levers do we need in order to develop an industry which serves the green transition in Europe? That was the question. What new means, tools or levers do we need to develop industry serving the green transition?
That's the challenge, and my French is really not good. I'm sorry for that.
Olivier Guersan va vous traduire la question.
Which lever would we need to develop an industry that serves the green transition in Europe? Which additional levers?
Well, thanks a lot. I'm actually not sure whether we need additional levers, because I think we have quite a number of levers, and as we have heard also from Benoit, and that has then been replied also by, I think, Olivier, we have a lot of levers. The challenge is how can we deploy them finally? And also the question is, do we maybe need less levers, and also do we also need less bureaucracy? Do we need less also provisions, legislation and things like that? And let just industry go forward with the things they have in an also quite stable environment, because what I'm currently also see is that we are thinking about new policies, we're thinking about additional policies, we're thinking about additional instruments. The question is also, you have to imagine sometimes, what does it mean on the company side? How many resources do we need to understand the tools, to also get all the resources, to write all the applications, get the approvals, and so on and so forth? That is not only time and resource consuming, but it slows down the entire process. So it's, from my perspective, not a matter of getting even more of it, but rather getting less, that's focused and less bureaucratic, and at the same time, therefore, deploy faster. Secondly, trust the industry. Industry has excellent people at work at each and every level. So I wonder sometimes why there's a lot of suspicion, obviously, ongoing, whether industry is capable, not capable, willing, not willing. Believe me or not, you might feel we're not fast enough, we have been too late on some areas, but looking at the panelists here, looking at all the industry contacts I have, the industry and the industry leaders are committed to support the Green Deal. They're in great favor, but please also make sure that we can deploy. And third topic, please keep the policies a little bit longer in place. Because if we invest, and Benoit, please add if you would like to, we invest for 10, 20, 30, 40 years in our assets. So if we have policy changes every 4 to 5 years with new election periods, new ideas coming on stream, we actually can't follow at that speed. And we also have a lot of capital at risk if we are investing. And one last point, competition is good because competition drives innovation and innovation drives the best solution. And that's why I also think what we currently have on, let's say, competitive legislation and frameworks might need some adjustment here and there in some sectors. But overall, I think we have benefited a lot of having that strong competitive environment also within Europe. Thanks a lot.
Well, I'm going to repeat a bit of what Marcus said. I think that we need stability. That's really a key lever. We need to ensure that there is stability and simplification. We need to make sure that we can simplify as much as possible. That's going to accelerate things. We also need to have more global competition rules. You mentioned that as well. I think we're going in the right direction. But over 20 years, we've changed a lot. But I think that we're now talking about a global international pitch, and so we've got to take that on board. We need financing when we create the markets. That's when we actually need the help. That's why these IP CEIs are so useful. That's because they're creating a market. That's when we need the help, and then not. Afterwards, the private financing can do the job. So you're right. Create the framework and then let the market develop. And we also need smart regulations. We really do need to have smart regulation which is effective, rapid effect, and not that it's trying to egalitize everything. We've got to go faster. We've got to be more. We've got to be bolder. We're soft levers. They're not really hard levers that we need, but we need to have those soft levers. We have what we need. We just need to better orchestrate things so that we can move more quickly. Thank you all. Thank you very much for this excellent debate. And I'd like to also thank Marcus Steilmann and Fernanda Diaz, who have joined us from Portugal and Germany. And now we're going to move on to hear from Thierry Breton, who is the Commissioner, the European Commissioner for the Internal Market.
Monsieur le Commissaire.
Bonjour.
Commissioner, you have the floor. Minister, dear Agnès, ladies and gentlemen, I'd first like to say to Agnès in particular that I'm very pleased to be here today, to be here in this particular venue that I know fairly well. I'm always pleased to come back. in particular when it is Agnès Pannier-Runacher who invites me to come along to talk about European industry. Everyone knows the work that Agnès has been doing in this area, and I just wanted to also say that I really very much respect her work as Minister Delegate for Industry. She's been a great minister. She's been excellent in her role. It's very important. I'm very pleased as a commissioner for the single market. I'm very pleased to see many things that have been happening in France, but in particular the work that you've done on industry. And in particular, I'm very proud as a French citizen. Thank you very much, Agnès. Now, we've looked today at key issues, really things that are essential for Europe and which actually need us to need centralized thinking. It's a capacity of Europe to be able to actually be in charge of its economic and industrial future. And in that light, I must say that I am convinced, as in many other areas, I am convinced that there's going to be a before and after the COVID-19 crisis. Sadly, it is affecting us still today. Until fairly recently, some people really believed that globalization and this globalization that we've seen over decades, which has become a reality for us all, that people felt that the world global supply chains were going to be eternal and would always actually ensure a supply of goods at the best cost and, of course, at a certain quality, and in all circumstances. That was really the basic principle of the globalization of the economy, and I was actually part of that development. I participated as a head of industry before I became a minister and then a commissioner. But then we've really got to call a spade and look at the new reality that we now have in front of us. We have seen that this reality has actually collapsed because first of all we saw China first, and we saw this happening in particular as far as the masks were concerned. Now that was very interesting, and it was a wake-up call for many of us, and then that we then saw the America first as far as the vaccinations were concerned. Now, who would have believed that even our American friends would have actually prevented our own European companies, our own industry, our own companies who were producing components in America, in our European factories, they were preventing them from being re-exported to Europe to enable us to actually produce our own vaccines here in France that we needed. And in fact, I was responsible for the industrial strategy that we needed to implement to ensure that we had the vaccines to vaccinate our populations here in Europe. And it's true that I actually was astounded to see that we had this complete breakdown of the value chain. And there was a very difficult dialogue to be had at the very beginning with my colleague in the USA. But we managed progressively to actually have to listen and speak to one another, because we had to introduce measures as well to block our exports, and that enabled us to open a dialogue with the American counterparts. And we were able to ensure that things went back to normality. But that is the new reality. That's what we're living in today. And that's what we're going to be seeing, no doubt, after this health crisis. And we've also seen this with the shortages in semiconductors, for example, that we are living through today. And this has a huge impact on the rest of our economy and jobs. We can also think about the energy crisis. That, too, is knocking on our door. We've seen that we are dependent on a certain amount of fossil fuels, imported fossil fuels, and that actually leads some people to develop a certain type of policy. But also on critical raw materials, we also have dependencies. We need these critical raw materials for our energy transition, and our industry needs, of course, the rare earths, lithium, synthetic graphite. This is all important for battery production. Also, we've seen also the cost of wood has gone up by some 25% in the last year. That's really amazing. So the facts are there. How is Europe now going to take hold of the reins again in this new context, in this new geopolitical context as well? As I've said before, we need to have a sovereign Europe. Some are going to say we need a resilient Europe. Some feel that we need a Europe which is autonomous. these words, well, behind these words, there's a number of different sentiments. And I've, of course, accepted, I take on board all of these ambitions for Europe. In fact, I've tried to actually distill this into my own roadmap, which is, of course, accessible for this European citizens as well. So we have a Europe which is going to invest in high-tech industries so that we are able to develop good jobs and reasonable jobs. We've got to be a leader as well in the future markets and not a Europe that actually subcontracts to one or another country. We we want a Europe which is going to be really a center of production, so where we actually are a producer area. It's not just because we want to produce for our own needs, but also we want to be able to export. We want to regain our markets. We want to make sure that we have a position of strength. We want to make sure that we are part and parcel of the value chain. We want to be able to export. We're not here to live in an autocracy. We want to work and live in a broader context. We want to be able to export to our clients wherever they are in Europe and outside. So in Europe, yes, Europe which is not closed up on itself. We don't want to just produce for ourselves. We want to, however, have a security of all of the value chains and the supply chains that are required for us to provide for all of our industrial ecosystems which structure our European continent. We do not want to find ourselves at the mercy of the geopolitics of the supply chain. So this is something which this policy, this industrial policy, is very unifying. We've seen indeed that the Germans speak in this way, the Dutch as well. In Europe, things are changing. People are all share this view of a strong European industry. We're moving from a Europe of markets to a Europe of force. So people are realizing that this is a new reality for our continent in this geopolitical world. For some years now, Europe has had to update its operating system, and we have had to develop a real industrial policy for Europe, which is continental, open to the rest of the world indeed, but which is actually working according to our own conditions, that we are actually calling the shots under our conditions. Now, we have very much understood the areas in which we have strategic autonomy and where we need to actually improve our industrial capacity. The Commission is going to continue to promote our frameworks on batteries, on primary materials, hydrogen, also semiconductors, the aerospatial area as well. These are all these are all areas where we have established industrial alliances which have been positive, which have borne results, and which are enabling us to actually have a European dialogue. We talk batteries, hydrogen, or the cloud. We have seen investments. We're seeing an increase in investments of 120 billion euros on batteries between 2019 and 2020, 3.5 times more than China. We're establishing gigafactories in Europe. We have training programs for over 800,000 people that we're going to need to have skilled up or to be able to reconvert jobs in various sections and sectors of the economy. And this is a huge project for us all. Also, hydrogen, again, 750 projects, that's huge. We're going to be employing, we're going to be using some 10 billion euros for hydrogen projects within the framework of the recovery projects. And we're going to, of course, be working on certification of hydrogen projects, etc. The cloud as well, again, 40 companies are going to be coming together to develop the new generation of industrial cloud systems, looking at, for example, cybersecurity as well. They've already got a roadmap developed in that area. So this is work that's being done by public authorities and the industry to strengthen European industries. And this, I believe, is something which has become very, very dynamic and has reached cruising speed. We want to balance up again the supply chain imbalance in Europe, and we can do this also by diversifying our sources. We need to strengthen our international partnerships in the raw materials area and have reciprocal arrangements with our partners, which is something which could be organized as well in regulation terms. Now, with that in mind, working on minerals and critical raw materials, the European Union has signed up has signed partnerships with UK and with Canada. We're also working very closely with our neighbors in Norway and Serbia, and also in Africa and Latin America. However, we also realize that we need to work and strengthen our capacity within Europe. We have been able to map out where our resources lie in Europe. We're going to see new projects come online. Of course, these will be projects which are going to respect the environment and biodiversity, using our own systems, and adhering to our own standards. However, the geopolitics of the value chain, as I've said, and I will say again, means that we've got to rebalance the strengths of on each side. And we've seen this with the medicines or the pharmaceutical products during the crisis, but we realized that a lot of our components were actually held up within the USA. We also develop a certain number of components for the USA, and Agnès has done a huge amount of work with her with her ministry here in France, working with the USA as well. I've asked my colleagues at the Commission that they work on a text which would enable us to have clear rules of reciprocity, so that if I'm in charge of vaccines in France, I can actually block exports if another country does not apply the rules of reciprocity. And that is nothing less than a little revolution at Commission level. This was actually voted on by the co-legislators as well. Christian Silviu-Boussoy from the Parliament knows that very well, and I'd like to thank him for his active participation in this whole debate. But in the discussions that were carried on after this was the text I had on the table, this request for reciprocity, and we are now ensuring that our trade is much more fluid. So we've had to really rebalance things. So you can see, and yes, you see, when you're a minister, you've actually got to play these cards as a minister, but also when you're a commissioner or when you're a head of industry, you've got to play to your strengths. So, of course, we should never generalize. This is something which we've got to remember. We're open with everyone. We respect everyone's situations, but we're here primarily to defend the interests and the security of our citizens and our companies. Of course, there are other aspects which are important as well. Here I'm thinking about the FDI screening mechanism, the regulation that was introduced. That's also important. This is operational and has been for over a year now. The proposal for a screening on FDI, which is our foreign imports, where coercion has been used in production of this. This is also something which has been introduced recently, and these are all very good things. Just a few words now about standardization, because the European Union, of course, is facing a competition at international level, and in particular from China, whereas standardization is really important, in particular when we want to achieve the green transition and also the digital transition, and really strengthen our position in Europe. You remember some 30 years ago, we were the first ones to actually establish standards on GSMs and 3G. We had 80% of the market 30 years ago in this area. I was myself the head of a company that worked in this area. And 30 years down the line, have a look and see how China's doing. Just a year ago, China was able to actually come up with its own standard for batteries. And with lithium metal. And Europe is not actually present in this debate, so that should not happen. We've got to take charge of this. I think we've got to make sure that we are involved in the standardization discussions. We must make sure that we don't allow others to have too much of an influence on standards that will be imposed in Europe. So this is the discussion and a debate that we need to have, and I will be continuing to do this in Europe when we have negotiations on standardization. This new geopolicy, this new technological geopolitical situation is very important, and Europe has got a role to play. We're talking here about semiconductors. I don't need to talk about this too much. And yes, I know that this is something that we have been working on together and over a certain amount of time. I know that this is an area that hasn't just become of interest this year, but it's important because I think it illustrates what we've been saying, that this is a priority. I've said this from the very outset when I started as a commissioner, that semiconductors, I don't need to repeat this debate today because I know that everyone knows how important this is going to be in the future with 5G, 6G, peripheral computing, everything that concerns health as well, connected health services. So this area of technology is really important. And of course, without these technologies, we won't have any green transition. We talk about the importance of these technologies also in batteries and energy storage.
By the end of the decade, the semiconductors market will increase twofold, and we in Europe have to be ready for this. There's going to be this increase in demand, and also we have to be ready to manufacture semiconductors that are highly sophisticated. Those are the ones that are going to be demanded for processing capacity, data creation. So we have to get control of this and not leave it up to others. And including engraving less than 5 nanometers. We've got a tremendous history in terms of semiconductors in Europe. We're not starting from scratch. Best research in the world with Grenoble, with Leuven, with Dresden, some of the major research groups, the best in the world. In fact, all semiconductor companies in the world turn to Europe for research. There's the ecosystem that's very broad, with robots manufacturing semiconductors, and I'm thinking particularly of ASML. Dutch global leader, the huge market share. The second European capitalization has gone ahead, which is 1.5 times the leaders in the States. So you can see Europe is truly highly technologically advanced. And with this in mind, the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, said in September that we were going to be presenting a Chip Act, a European Chip Act, so that we can answer this demand, this new demand, which is going to require a lot in the way of capital, a lot of joint research activity, a more balanced approach and a structured approach to things, and it'll make it possible to move towards greater investment in the mega fabs. The CHIP Act will also create the appropriate investment conditions to guarantee something that's very important, and that is security of supply throughout the entire value chain. We know that 80% of the semiconductors are manufactured around about the China Seas, the Straits, involving just 3 or 4 countries, including Taiwan. Now, if there were to be any blockage in that region, 3 weeks down the road, there's no factory in Europe that's functioning. That's the vulnerability. We can't deny it. And we have decided to provide responses to these sort of questions. Lastly, we're going to have to rearm the domestic market in the face of the coming crisis. We've identified this one, there'll be others. And this context, it does mean that we'll have to give structural thinking to how to arm ourselves better to face future crises, because unfortunately they will come, because there could be a major shock in terms of supply demand that it would affect our entire industry, and it could fragment our domestic market, our single market. As regards the pandemic, we can see that member states have done all sorts of dubious things, closing their borders. I mean, sometimes, I had to get on the phone to get them to open their borders. That was when there were all sorts of difficulties as regards protective personal equipment for health staff. Anyhow, we have to have an emergency measure for the market with two things: better preparation to face crises and responsiveness, greater responsiveness in the face of crisis. So we have to come up with a system that will determine when our single market is in a crisis situation, and there has to be structured coordination involving the member states and measures taken to make sure that goods and services that are the most critical remain available. And we have to have a right sort of discussion on this as regards the toolbox necessary to guarantee our security of supply in the main value chains, the critical ones, in such a context of crisis. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear Agnès, this is what I wanted to share with you. I'm convinced that Europe has everything it needs to rebalance the power situation. Things really are changing. The crisis has helped us to become aware of this. We didn't hesitate a single second. We reacted very quickly, all of us together, in a situation of solidarity, innovatively as well, assuming responsibilities that we didn't necessarily have the habit of using. Anyhow, we've come along and we've become, Europe, the pharmacy of the world. I mean, if that had been said a year ago, you'd have said we were mad. But it's a reality in terms of vaccination. We're the leading continent. We're also for the manufacture of ARN messenger. And also in terms of exporting and donating vaccines, we're well ahead of others: China, the US, India, Indonesia. So when we start to move, we can get things going. And we've learnt lessons, and we're determined to use them in this new geopolicy of value chains. Thank you, the Commissioner. I'd now like to give the floor to Agnès, the Minister of Industry, to close this first conference under the French presidency of the European Union. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Commissaire,
Commissioner, dear Thierry Breton, ladies and gentlemen, first and foremost, on behalf of the French government, I would like to say how sad I am at David Sassoli's death. He was a convinced European and ardent defender of democracy, and my thoughts are with his family and colleagues. I'm extremely honoured to take the floor at the end of this very important conference in terms of the coming months. I'd like to thank the Vice President of the Commission, Maros Sefcovic, the Chair of the ITRE Committee, Christian Silvio Bussoy, and of course all of the speakers, not least Thierry Breton, the Commissioner, for having contributed to making this first event under the French presidency such a success. Our continent, our union, our countries are at a crossroads. It's a crossroads facing the fight against global warming and the need to come up with a model of sustainable growth. I think everyone's understood that. It's a crossroads in terms of our independence as well. We have seen our vulnerabilities, that's been recalled, particularly as regards strategic products, such as those to do with health, or that are essential for production in factories, such as semiconductors, or that are necessary for decarbonizing our economy. Rare earth, not as rare as that, but certainly more so in Europe than elsewhere. It's a crossroads if we're not to be set aside in economic terms. And if you're relegated there, you're relegated politically as well in the face of competition from the United States and China, in light of their massive public investments in technologies and sectors of the future. In the face of the monopolies and oligopolies in the digital sector, Europe runs the risk of losing market shares. It'll no longer be able to, would no longer be able to protect its consumers against price rises and against the loss of jobs. So we have to react. And that is what we have been doing for the last 2 or 3 years, working together with all of the commissioners and with everybody in the French government. We want to have ambitious industrial policy that serves the twin transition, ecological and digital. And in the face of this, industry is a key for the decarbonization of our economies and for innovation as well, with the objective of taking the competitive edge for our companies, creating jobs with a high value added on our territory. As regards the crucial issue of strategic dependence, there are 3 lessons that I can draw on the basis of the conversations we've had today, primarily. We can see how important it is to deepen the analysis of vulnerabilities of our industrial ecosystems, particularly the critical ones. In the coming weeks, there'll be further work published by the Commission. I think it's to be in February. France and the other member states and public and private partners have actively contributed to this, particularly within the context of the Forum for Industry. And then strong national positions can only be developed if we take action at European level with a global strategy galvanizing our forces jointly. The investments required are too high, too great for a single country to bear them. This strategy will give us an overall vision with fundamental research, R&D, and also industrialization. All 3 assets have to be dealt with differently in the legislative tools that are developed. We have to make collective investments in disruptive innovation, which is easier said than done, similar to what other large economies are already doing, which means we have to anticipate competence requirements, and also we have to take risks, greater risks in terms of innovation. These strategic challenges will be at the core of the Competitiveness Council that I have the honor to chair. The first issue that we'll be working on is that of access to critical materials for the development of new production chains, and that is the whole point of this conference today. I think everybody has understood that developing electric batteries without having lithium, nickel, and cobalt sources secured is impossible for the future. As has already been demonstrated today, we depend on suppliers in third countries that concentrate all of the production and the processing aspects, because refining, etc., are part and parcel of the critical requirements. Tensions exist on the market. There's unfair behavior on the part of certain suppliers, and what happens is it's our industries and our consumers that pay the price. They are the ones that suffer if there's any delay in deliveries, if any halt in production or price increases. So it's a very concrete issue. We have to strengthen our strategic autonomy in critical materials and semiconductors, which is vital for Europe in terms of its production force. We will be making a contribution which is securing production for all French industry. And there'll be a very clear roadmap in order to face up to the challenge. We have to strengthen our ability to invest in projects to secure supply in Europe and outside Europe, in the same way as non-Europeans are doing. We have to have very tough regulations in terms of traceability, and we have to have a responsible mine approach. For permanent magnets and special alloys that are used in the space sector, we have to work on what is already being done for electric batteries. At national level, we're not going to be sitting back and waiting. We haven't. We've already been acting. We've been showing that we can take risks ourselves. And on Monday, we issued an ITT to reduce national dependence on non-European suppliers while developing means of creating value in France and Europe in the future. Another subject to be dealt with at the Competitiveness Council is that of industrial ecosystems that are the most strategic. And I'd really like to stress 3 points. The first, I think everybody's already understood because we've been talking about this a lot, is that the tool that would make it possible for us to accelerate transformation of our value chains, basing ourselves on the best of our SMEs, of our intermediate-sized firms in particular, are those that are part and parcel of the IPCEIs. You know, we've already started 2 IPCEIs in microelectronics and electrical batteries, and these have been a real success. I want to say something about the electric batteries IPCEI, because when we started, nobody believed in it. Nobody believed that it was possible, because those who were well versed in this production were not in Europe. They were the Asian countries. Whereas now, in just 2 years, Europe has become the major investor as compared to the other continents, and that wasn't something that could be taken for granted. When we're talking about IPCEIs, we have to be selective. We have to choose the best and use these tools as a means of improving our overall competitiveness. We cannot rest on our laurels. There are 4 IPCs on the table, different levels of maturity. We have to move forward on hydrogen. That was notified in August, and this is an area where Europe is capable of being a global leader, industrially speaking. We must succeed here if we want to reach our targets of decarbonization, so we have no choice. There's a third one, electronics, that's been extended to connectivity as well. We have to be present in all of the technological bricks if we're to be competitive. And I'm thinking obviously of 5G and 6G and the Internet of Things. There's to be one on the cloud as well. And if we take a look at our current situation, I think everybody will understand why, because we have a lot to be done. But everybody understands how important it is if we want to be the leading industrial continent in the world. Through what we've learned from the crisis, and Commissioner Breton went into this, we will defend the need for there to be a joint health initiative, not just research and development. It has to include the industrialization facet as well. We have recently seen how important this is. We have to go ahead with disruptive innovations, gene therapies, cell therapies, or others. And we want our population to benefit from this in order to boost our strategic autonomy. And I know this is something that you, Thierry Breton, are concerned with. We have to focus on alliances in Europe, industrial alliances involving representatives of member states, also the world of academia and research bodies. We want to come up with roadmaps that are the most credible possible and the most ambitious possible on matters such as the cloud or semiconductors. Such alliances have to continue to guide our action and industrial strategy. Thirdly, we have to attach great importance to the question of funding our ecosystems and see how we can do better to make sure that our European companies, particularly the industrial startups, and I'm thinking of deep tech, for instance, are innovative SMEs, intermediate-sized companies, and it's not by chance that I've referred to them twice over, because they are treated as if they were large groups, whereas their structure and their international dimension is not at all on a par. They have to be developed and they have to be competitive. And I think that what we've heard from the EIB, Ambroise Fayol, shows how the correctly calibrated financing can make all of the difference. We've seen what's happened in Sweden with the development of electric batteries as a very good example. To succeed, to meet our ambitions, and this is the other side of the same coin, we have to have clear rules of the game, and we have to put an end to our collective naivety. And the watchword here is fair competition, the level playing field. The level playing field, well, is not a synonym of protectionism. It would be economically nonsensical to believe that, which is what is sometimes said, including in national politics. This would be an attack against the purchasing power of our citizens. In the context of the French presidency of the European Union, we'll have a number of specific illustrations of the way in which we can use this principle of fair competition and bring it into the heart of our industrial policy. The first is foreign subsidies and the rule thereon. This has been proposed by the Commission, and it is there to protect global trade and at the same time make sure that we don't have any stowaways. Anyone who doesn't comply with the rules of the game in trade should not benefit from the same facilities as those who do.
Fair competition also means that we need certain border adjustment mechanisms for carbon. We are trying to bring our carbon footprint down in Europe, which means a lot of investment for industry, and of course this will have an impact on their prices. So if we import goods coming from countries where the conditions as far as protection of the climate is concerned are less favorable, we are exposing ourselves to a double defeat, more greenhouse gases and less employment. So this is exactly what happened in 1995 and 2015 in France. We reduced our carbon footprint by 40%. Our French businesses reduced its footprint by 20%, but our carbon footprint went up by 17% because of imports. So this is the main carbon challenge that we need to take up. Finally, fair competition also means that we have to up the game on the whole. And this is indeed the challenge of including the environmental clause in public procurement. We've done this in France. This is valid for all suppliers, French, European, or non-European. And the conference has been very, very useful to prepare the work of the presidency in the weeks and months to come. And I will bring together the ministers in charge of industry during the Informal Competitiveness Council in Relance. We will discuss the topics that were discussed here. So in other words, today's conference will feed the Council to come, in particular for strategic metals. 3 questions: how can we secure our supplies coming from outside of Europe? How can we develop a circular economy to preserve resources that have already entered the European territory and keep them on the European territory, and how to extract resources in Europe. So you will, of course, be able to discuss all these issues. These issues are absolutely key to combat climate change and global warming, and it is also very important to increase our competitiveness in Europe. Now, once again, it is only at the European level that we will be able to take up all these challenges. So let us be up to the challenge collectively, and let us be responsible citizens. Thank you.